that may be cut off. Only God knows.
Pink.
What's up?
Pink. All right, there you go. Soon.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, there we go. It's a roll call complete. That probably is the only time in the history of this fucking show, in the history of these fucking recordings, that I have done that and everyone has actually answered.
I mean,
It's a miracle.
I didn't answer. I was complaining.
Well, you answered without your consent.
It counts, though.
All right. So, soon.
Yeah, what up?
You still don't have a YouTube channel, right?
No, I don't have a YouTube channel.
Fucking
Well,
peasant.
I have a YouTube channel, and I think I have posted on it recently, actually.
Oh, no, fucking hype that shit up, bro.
Let me see what I even posted.
Give yourself a shout out to all of our viewers.
All of our viewer.
Who is definitely not a Chinese bot who watches our videos for some reason.
Yeah, I posted the Dead by Daylight clip and the fight with the Black Phantom Satsuki.
Ooh.
All right.
Which took me like 100 different tries to finally beat. Because I decided to start New Game Plus, and then... yeah, it was not the best decision.
Yep. The only Dark Souls game that is worth putting in New Game Plus is Dark Souls 2.
What makes that the case?
Because it actually adds a lot of new content. There is a load of new unlockable weapons and armor, I believe, a load of new phantoms and stuff. The enemy placements are slightly changed. And there is like one or two like big features that you won't see at all. Like, there are some features that when I saw them, I'm like, what the fuck? They should have just put this on the first run. Because it's such a big change to the level that makes so much sense.
Does it make the levels better?
Well, there's one level where there's a little area you go through where there's a passage along a cliff, and the cliff is just kind of empty. And you just run into like one zombie soldier and you fight him and kill him, and he's like super easy. And it's like, what the fuck is the point of this big passage right here just to have this one guy and it's nothing? Well, the final boss for that area is a gigantic ass spider. And on New Game Plus, when you go to that area, the spider boss climbs up the canyon wall and harasses you from the canyon wall ahead of time before the boss fight. And he bothers you for a little bit, and you can hit him before the boss fight and scare him away. And it's like, what the fuck? Why not just put that on the first play?
Right.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2 has a lot of... I have a lot of fond memories for Dark Souls 2, but Dark Souls 2 has also a lot of mystifying what the fuck choices in game design.
I honestly might end up trying to get the Dark Souls games when they're not $40.
Yeah, that's the trouble, is that right now the cheapest one to get is Dark Souls 2, and I do not recommend anyone starting with Dark Souls 2.
Why would you say that?
For one thing, Dark Souls 2 is by far the hardest in the series.
Also, we missed out on the lore. It's the second game in the series.
What?
I said you missed out on the lore. The deep story-driven narrative of Dark Souls.
Well, there is a lot of very good lore in Dark Souls. I know you're trying to make fun of Dark Souls the way it does it, but there is a lot of good story in Dark Souls. But yeah, Dark Souls 2, you would not be missing out on any narrative, because Dark Souls 2 pays slight lip service to Dark Souls 1. In complete contrast to Dark Souls 3, which is like a 100% sequel, which is super fucking weird in contrast to Dark Souls 2.
Sequel to Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 1?
Dark Souls 1.
Dark Souls 2 ignores Dark Souls 2? Pretty
well. That was one of the big criticisms of Dark Souls 3, is that it acts like Dark Souls 2 didn't happen for the most part.
Sometimes you gotta.
here's the thing. Dark Souls 1 was made by what is called the A team of FromSoft. It was headed by Hidetaka Miyazaki and so on. But then during Dark Souls 2's development, Hidetaka Miyazaki and most of the A team was working on Bloodborne for Sony. But at the same time, Bandai Namco wanted a fucking Dark Souls 2 because Dark Souls 1 sold way better than anyone expected. So Dark Souls 2 was made by FromSoft's B team. But then, by the time of Dark Souls 3, Hidetaka Miyazaki and the rest of the A team weren't busy anymore. So they got to make that one again. So Dark Souls 2 is made pretty well by an entirely different dev team from FromSoft, an entirely different creative vision, for better and for worse.
I see. So I could start with Dark Souls 2, is what you're saying.
Hypothetically, you could, but it'd make you hate Dark Souls.
Wait, why? I mean, I haven't had... I mean, I heard that the base game is actually pretty easy. It's the Scholars of the First whatever that's the absurdly hard one.
Base Dark Souls 2 is piss easy. It's also got a lot of really dumb mechanics going on that Scholar fixed. What I'll say is Scholar, I think, veers too hard into the deliberately difficult territory. Hidetaka Miyazaki has always said in interviews that they never try to make Souls games difficult. The A team doesn't. But with Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, because the vanilla version of Dark Souls 2 got criticized so much for being too easy, and Dark Souls 1 got so much praise for being so hard, the B team went too far with trying to make Scholar more difficult. And Scholar is just unnecessarily difficult. There is not really a proper difficulty scaling to things. The game just starts off brutally fucking difficult and just stays that way throughout the rest of the game, which also just makes the end game feel kind of underwhelming. But also, the difficulty is done in such a way where it never feels like it's throwing a variety of challenges at you the way Dark Souls ordinarily does. Every room in Dark Souls 2 is an ambush. Like, the rooms that frustrated you in Demon Souls because it's like, what the fuck, how was I supposed to see that enemy?
Right.
That's every room in Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin.
So after a while, you just get used to the ambushes then.
Yeah, eventually you do.
That's what happened to me in Demon Souls is, the first level I kept getting caught, but then like after that level taught me to expect getting caught, I never got caught again, really.
Yeah. So the difference, I would say, part of the thing is that games made by the FromSoft A team, whenever there are ambushes, it's always ambushes that you can see ahead of time if you know to look for the signs, if you're perceptive. Whereas Scholar, I'd say, has a lot of ambushes that there's no fucking way you can see them coming ahead of time. It's just trial and error.
Gotcha. So the level design isn't as... I will say this about From Software games. The level design is very, very good. Like, they know how to craft a really good level that tells you everything you need to know and expect.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which
and
I guess is like the primary thing that they get compliments on is the fact that they just have really tight level design.
Yes.
That tells you a lot in terms of both gameplay and obviously world building.
So there's probably my favorite game design bit in Dark Souls 1 is there is a sewer level, and at the start of it, you see off on a little side passage, there's just an alcove with a treasure chest in it, and that's it. There's no opposition in the way of that treasure chest. It's just by itself in an alcove. No, it's not a mimic. But you look at it, and you think to yourself, that is definitely a trap.
Yep.
So you go over and you tap on it with, like, whatever, a long-range tool to make sure it's not a mimic, and it doesn't react, so it's not a mimic. So then you go up to open it, and a slime drops down from the ceiling on top of your head and eats you. And you knew that was a trap going in because it had all the signs of a trap, but at least for me, I didn't do the full checkup I should have, because you can just look up at the roof, and the slime is just there. And the important part is that little bit is there to set you up. Hey, jackass, this is going to be a level where you have to watch the ceiling. So remember to do that. And since it's at the start of the level, it doesn't hurt so bad if you die, because you can just go and pick your souls back up. It was just at the start of the level.
Right.
So that was a cute bit. And Dark Souls 2 doesn't really do that. It just keeps hitting you with ambushes.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that both Bloodborne and Demon Souls do a lot of that, prepping you for what you'll expect in the rest of the level.
Yes. The one I always remember from Bloodborne is when you're halfway through the forest section and you run into that one villager at the first bridge you cross and his head explodes and turns into the big nest of snakes. Like, oh, okay, so that's what I'm in for today.
Yep, or like in the first level of Demon Souls, when you're coming down from the wall to go fight the first boss, you start running into the little minions of the first boss.
Yeah, the little hoplites from the phalanx, yeah.
Yep, and if you are smart enough, you also can figure out its weakness by testing it out on them.
Yes.
And so that was really good level design. But then you also have what was it called? The
Valley of
World
Sadness.
5. World 5. Valley of Disappointment.
Yeah. There are just all kinds of names you can call that place. I also am quite fond of the Shit Pit because that's also a pretty accurate name for it.
Actually, I mean, actually really liked that world, to be honest. I liked how it was designed. I liked the look of it. And honestly, it wasn't the worst to play in, aside from getting past the giant minion in the first section of the world. That's
He's a menace.
Yeah, that's the one that gave me the most trouble. But once I got past that, I actually didn't have any trouble at all. And then World 2, I only died once in until I got to the final boss.
Yeah, 5-2 is not a problem at all. It is one of those things. There's part of the Valley of Defilement that I think is really cool lore, and I respect that. And the bosses in Valley of Defilement, especially the first two, are fucking trivial.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know which is the bigger joke, the pile of leeches that just dies to fire instantly, or the literal giant statue of shit that just is shit at fighting. Isn't it called, like, Dirty Colossus?
Yeah, it is called Dirty Colossus, and it was a very easy boss fight.
I always get confused because in my head I think of it as like the Stinky Colossus.
But yeah, the final boss gave me a lot of trouble until I just decided to cheese him.
Oh yeah, that's the problem with being an honorable knight is if the other guy decides to just be a bitch, you can't really do anything about it.
Also, from what I heard, you can also
you're just gonna shoot me? Oh fuck! Oh,
you can also just kill the maiden, and then he kills himself.
Yeah, that is also true.
I didn't do that tactic. Instead, I led him to the very edge of his range, would go in, swipe him 2 times, and then just run out of his range, and then he would walk away. And then I'd go back up to him, swipe him again, and then run back out of his range.
That actually reminds me, that is another problem with Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls, like, the A team of FromSoft is really infamous because their games have, enemies have very obvious ranges they'll follow you to and then leave you alone.
Right.
But Dark Souls 2 doesn't really have that. The enemies will follow you to wherever the fuck in the level, which gets really fucking annoying if you're just running through and you've got a train of assholes behind you.
Can't you just, get them to fall, off a cliff or something, though?
Not on most levels.
Because in Demon Souls, I remember the first time I fought the Red-Eyed Knight on the first world, I just ran to the nearest staircase and just had him attack himself off the edge of the top of the staircase to get some souls so I could finally level up.
That is considered the classic, yes. I beat Red-Eyed Knight just by backstab looping him. Now, he's pretty prone to that, but then every enemy in Demon Souls is.
Yeah, I've always been bad at the backstab looping.
It's hard at first, but after you play so many Souls games, you get to have the feeling for where the hitbox is for it.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the enemies in Demon Souls, when I tried to backstab them, You have to like go at it at like their left hand side of the back
Yes.
instead of just directly on their back, because if you do it directly on their back, then it doesn't work half the time.
Well, the trouble is that it's the back side of the hitbox, and the front side is wherever they're holding their shield. So
I
generally
see.
speaking, most characters are going to have a fighting stance where they're facing their left arm forward. So that kind of fucks it up, where the actual back is not the back of the character model or the hitbox, you know?
Okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it's something worth keeping in mind for future Souls games. Though backstabbing isn't nearly as good in Dark Souls 3. That is, if you're going to try the Dark Souls games, I will, of course, mention that, which I'm sure you're already aware of. The Dark Souls 3, FromSoft had kind of fallen in love with Bloodborne and wanted to do Bloodborne 2. So they did Bloodborne 2 under a Dark Souls skin, and that's Dark Souls 3 for you.
So why aren't they actually doing Bloodborne 2?
It's difficult to say. Partly because it's a Sony thing, partly because I think Miyazaki just wants to do different things. I think, like, you can tell.
I know that Bloodborne is an IP that's owned by Sony, and so Sony can do whatever they want with the IP, and From Software can't do anything without the IP, unless Sony gives the go-ahead and they make it a Sony exclusive game.
Yeah, like what the Demon Souls remake was made entirely without any influence from FromSoft at all. They didn't even ask Miyazaki what he thought about things. They just generally tried to stick to his vision.
Right. I wonder why. Because I thought they had a good relationship.
Well, do you mean between Sony and FromSoft, or Bluepoint and FromSoft?
Sony and Miyazaki.
They probably do, but like at the same time, From also has a good relation with Bamco that they probably don't want to sever.
I see.
I imagine they made Sekiro for Activision because Activision has more money than God and gave them a ludicrously good deal for it.
Right.
Which I don't know why, because that's not the Activision brand. I'd say the Activision brand is one more built around having games that are piss easy, but all right. What was I going to say?
I thought Activision's brand was just Call of Duty now.
It pretty well is. Now that they've burned Crash Bandicoot and Tony Hawk to the ground.
Activision's brand is assault lines and sexual assault.
I think they just announced that like all of their development teams in Activision are just working on Call of Duty now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, they decided to announce that right as they were getting under fire for all of the rape and sexual assault and
Yeah, if I were Toys for Bob, I would be leaving this sinking ship.
Well, they can't anymore. They can't anymore. Their legs are caught. They only have stumps left.
They're chained to the cinder blocks now.
Yeah.
Addie and Pink were just waiting for the moment that we got off of Dark Souls as a topic and started talking about something else. They just jumped on the Activision.
He's played some Souls-like games. He's just never played an actual Souls game.
I've played Bloodborne.
For an hour.
Yeah, for an hour and through shared play, so it doesn't count. But I played Bloodborne.
I mean, you can get it. Wait, no, you don't have a PS5. That's right. I think me.
Yes, no. Soon I have 5 PS5s because I use them to prop up my $5 million gaming PC. I can't even afford Live or whatever fucking PS Plus.
All right. Pink, what you got coming up on your channel?
I'll definitely be having more Dead by Daylight coming out on the channel.
All right. Anything else?
Not that I'm aware of. I have something planned. I don't know if I'm going to be doing this upcoming week or the week after. I don't know. I've not actually started anything yet, so I don't want to say with certainty.
All right.
I think he's going to do the Deathclaw run without us.
Oh, no.
Run. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be I'm not worried about the Death Claws as much as I am the Cazadors, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Same.
Because, like...
wreck you.
New Vegas, that is a game where it's like open spaces, so where I'm dealing with death claws. Closed spaces. Okay, let's go back to the open spaces. There has to be a route, though. I don't know where, but there has to be a route through the north that avoids both Cazadors and death claws, right?
I mean, you can probably zigzag through them either way.
You can probably zigzag. I think more or less you're always going to encounter the death claws, but I'm not certain about the Cazadors.
It really says a lot about both death claws and Cazadors that when I was cracking that up, I said we have to stay west of Black Mountain. The super mutants are too easy. Just to fill soon in, I passed off as kind of a joke, but we're actually considering seriously doing this. A challenge, because me and Addy have both had to do challenge run type things on video before. We were going to try and have Pink do one in Fallout New Vegas, where he has to get to New Vegas going the north path and cannot go east of the Black Mountain, which is the super mutant fort.
Oh, nice.
And if you remember the northern passage from Fallout New Vegas, it's nothing but death claws and Cazadors.
I didn't get very far in New Vegas because I hated the world, so...
Right, which is something we have always disagreed on.
Yep.
You guys need to decide what build I use for the Deathclaw run.
I know you need to decide.
Charisma.
Charisma.
Yeah. Charisma and luck.
That's all you need. With the enormous man-eating death claws.
Yeah.
Charisma and luck.
Need to be zero intelligence.
Yeah.
Zero intelligence.
You have to be to take the death claw route. So yeah.
Zero intelligence, zero strength. Like 7 speed, 10 charisma, 10 luck.
What about perception?
-5.
-5.
Take 0 and then take the 4 eyes perk without any glasses.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. Can you not use charisma to get Raoul?
I wouldn't know.
Honestly, I don't remember what's required to recruit him. I've not recruited him in years now.
If you do have 10 charisma, that buffs up companion strength massively.
It does.
So
maybe Raoul could take out all the death claws.
And here's a follow-up question: companions don't use up ammo, right?
Yeah.
No, they do not. Actually, they might if they start as a standard melee character, but I don't think they do.
I think it depends on whether or not we'll be playing the game on realistic difficulty or not. Because on realistic, I believe they do, but not on the lesser difficulties.
Let's keep it. There's no real reason to play Bethesda games on high difficulties. Let's be honest.
True.
The death claws and the Cazadors are the difficulty, not the game deciding player has -50% health, enemies have +50.
Yeah.
Very true.
But here's the thing: if Raoul doesn't use up ammo when he fires his gun, there's a fucking fat man and 3 mini nukes on that crater,
and then Pink can blow himself up.
And if memory serves, not too far from Black Mountain, there's a Brotherhood of Steel guy with power armor and all the proper Brotherhood of Steel gear being guarded by just a single centaur. So I'm just saying, if just trying to sneak on through fails, we could try and just arm up Raoul. Be the deadliest senior citizen in the fucking Mojave.
We go and
we
steal.
are not the actual protagonist in this story. It is Raoul. We are merely the sidekick.
Yeah. we go and steal a thing of power from the Brotherhood.
Yeah. Oh man. All right, Addy, you got anything coming out on your channel?
Nope.
All right. I do not have anything coming out on my channel either, unless the situation suddenly changes with the internet, which it might actually, because supposedly the Elon Musk thing is supposed to be having a nationwide rollout, which I would be included in because Elon Musk said you won't be included only if you live in a relatively high population density area, which I do not. So I should have internet by the end of the month.
Five is considered high density.
What?
Five people in a freaking 100-mile radius is considered high density.
I still pass under that low bar.
He's including the animals in the population.
Yeah. I gotta watch out though. There's a fucking bobcat down the road that might be streaming some fucking Squid Game now.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. If that happens, I'm probably not gonna be recording anything for my own channel. I'm probably gonna be hitting all you guys up and Mike and Goku like, hey, let's just play fucking something. I'm losing my fucking mind.
It is now time for Gartic Phone. All of you exist concurrently.
Yeah, I would love to do that. Yes, all work and no play makes Homer go something something. All right. And Eddie, what is coming out on the group channel?
Give me a sec. I just before that I just wanted to say all pizza and no pizza makes Jekyll pizza.
Oh.
But yeah, so on Monday we have Persona 5 Part 5.
Okay.
And
Yay.
then on Friday we have Ratchet & Clank Episode 22.
Okay.
Ratchet & Clank will finish sometime.
Well, it's been able to cover for my absence, so I ain't gonna complain about that.
True. I mean, I'm more worried about Persona because, like, if
Persona gets done when it gets done.
Yeah, that. But I also like I just like I feel like I need to read up on the game again just so I can pinpoint like clean points of exit. You know, like in case of emergency, break Persona. Freaking parts where we can just stop if we get bored of it.
All right, I'm gonna step out for just a second.
Okay.
All right.
But why?
Why?
Why am I looking for places where because I like to have plan Bs and Zs, I guess. Like I don't know. Like I feel like
Addy definitely needs his plan B.
yeah. That look, I don't want to get pregnant. It is necessary to keep my sexy ass body in shape. But yeah, like what was I going to say? Yeah, like I just like it. I want to have clean spaces where we can cut Persona if need be because like freaking you know I don't want to. All right, I just don't want to be recording Persona.
I had to grab a fork for my sushi because I'm a Philistine.
What the heck is wrong with you?
It's definitely not the way you're supposed to eat it because it falls apart when I put it on the fork. But it is what it is.
What type of sushi is it? Is it nigiri sushi or is it just normal sushi?
California roll.
Ah, okay then, yeah.
American sushi.
California roll you need to eat with a fork. Because there's nothing fucking Japanese about it.
There's no type of sushi that you eat with a fork.
I mean,
I'm not happy.
Dude, it's a California. You might as well disrespect it. It's okay.
I eat sushi with a spoon.
Addy, it ain't even about respect. Addy, it ain't even about respect. It's like part of it is that if I pick it up with the fork, it usually falls apart. That's why you're even ignoring formality. Supposed to use chopsticks because that is the appropriate one to pick it up without losing too much of it.
You can use a spoon though. It won't fall apart if you have it on a spoon.
That is true, but I feel like enough of an idiot using a fork.
Well, at least you could be a clean idiot, though.
You should be using a spork, actually.
Ah, yes, hold it up.
Oh my god!
You could become the Penguin of Doom. But yeah. Meanwhile, I make bacon with chopsticks because it's cleaner. The fork making small holes in my bacon bothered me, so I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna make it with chopsticks now on.
I just eat bacon by hand because I'm, again, a Philistine.
I mean, hey, it works.
I'd be eating this sushi by hand if I weren't also recording at the same time. I don't want to get my hands dirty and get gross sushi fingers all over all my stuff.
I mean, you could probably just get like a paper towel. Yeah.
You said you eat bacon with chopsticks?
No, I make bacon. I make bacon with chopsticks.
I was like worried. I was like, you eat bacon with your hands, man. But no, if you're making,
well, no, usually I eat bacon in like freaking in sandwiches. So usually I eat the sandwich bit with my hands. But you know,
gotcha. But if you make bacon, aren't you supposed to just use the 2-pronged fork utensil?
I mean,
that way you can just feed it through between the 2 prongs and flip it without it, you know.
I mean, maybe I don't know. I started using the chopsticks before we had one of those, and now I'm not gonna switch over to using it now.
Okay. Okay, Addy.
I already have the knowledge.
Works.
Yeah.
Well, now I have a pattern.
You know, look. This is quirky. This makes me special. I make bacon like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I once knew someone who lived their entire life in Asia who would only use chopsticks but didn't know how to use chopsticks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there's an irony.
Yeah. I mean, even Asian people use things other than chopsticks for different dishes, though. Like,
they also didn't know how to tie their shoe while they were at college.
I mean, neither do I. I've been taught like 5 times and I forget every time, dude. It's okay.
Okay, that tracks.
Just say, yeah, let's just say mental health issues. Yes. I was going to be a lot meaner, but it may have been too mean for air anymore. So yeah.
Nah, say it.
Well, no. I'm not comfortable.
Maybe, but no.
Well, no.
I'm not comfortable enough with saying it.
Okay.
Understandable.
And I love wasabi.
Wasabi is pretty good.
I hate wasabi. Tastes like soap.
I've never had wasabi.
What kind of soap have you been eating?
Wasabi soap.
I mean, maybe it's like the same thing that I have with cilantro, where cilantro tastes like soap to me because I have a genetic predisposition that makes it taste like soap.
Maybe.
That might be the case, but man, I was imagining like, man, I could not stand to be your girlfriend. Like, you just go around smelling like wasabi all the time.
I mean,
on the bright side, she gets clear sinuses.
I was about to make that same joke.
I mean, like. The thing is, wasabi, at least low-grade wasabi, I think, I fucking forget, because it's been a while since I researched that shit. But from what I remember, normal wasabi isn't just straight up horseradish, but people make low-grade wasabi outside of Asia that is just straight up horseradish. So apparently horseradish is just bad. Don't eat horseradish, I guess.
I'll keep that in mind.
Genuine wasabi is extremely rare. Yes, you pretty well can't get it unless you go to a specific Japanese restaurant. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those things like bananas. Like the bananas
that I'd be able to find real wasabi pretty easily, considering there's a very, very, very large actual Asian population in Boston.
I can find wasabi easily. There's an Asian in my basement.
Okay, Addy.
Is he all right?
That's a Mike joke right there, Addy. You ripped that one out of his book.
Yeah. Look, we've been friends with Mike for a couple fucking years. He rubs up on me in more ways than one. Please make him stop.
Yeah. Man, I'd be one to throw accusations around. How much do I steal from like Ted, right?
Yeah.
Brother. Oh man.
Anyway, yeah. So there's a sizable Asian population in Boston soon. That's where you were.
Yeah. That was the extent of what I was saying there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was.
There's not really any follow up to that.
I thought
we were
going to go on this great journey.
Let me tell you all of what I know about the Asian culture in Boston.
Since it's in Boston, everyone talks with the northern accent. You know the one that Muna hates. Muna words, yes.
Yeah. And the accent that is incredibly entertaining, and every Bostonian is insulted by.
Yeah.
Because nobody in Boston speaks with that accent.
I mean, no, I don't think anyone.
It's just so much fun, though.
I don't think anyone in the world naturally speaks like that. People freaking hear it, they go, that sounds really funny, and then they start doing it because it's fun to do.
The only people who speak with that accent live outside of Boston. They don't actually live in Boston because Boston is full of people who aren't actual Bostonians.
So what you're saying is that the Boston accent is an export item.
No, it's local. It's just that it's like the small towns outside of Boston. Like, people in Boston can't. The people who speak with those accents can't afford to live in Boston.
I was going to. I'm just full of fucking bad jokes today. Never mind me.
The only people who can afford to live in Boston are the people who moved in from Asia and have tons of money from their rich parents.
I mean, that's assuming a lot of things.
That's I've lived in Boston a while.
I mean, that is not assuming a lot of things.
That is not assuming anything. That's actually what happens.
Okay.
My university had more Asians than it had men. There was a greater percentage of the university population that was Asian than there were men.
Okay,
and they were all very rich. They all owned Canada Goose jackets in plurality.
I see. Yeah, the local Asian population is made up of people who like fled China and shit. So I'm just like I'm used to Asian people living among similar vein that I am.
Yeah, no, that's the case in Eastern Europe, but in cities like Boston and Los Angeles, San Francisco, those places, the Asians that move in are very, very wealthy. And they're usually moving in for university.
There's a town in Bloomington. It's home to a town in Indiana, Bloomington. It's home to Indiana University. And it was every single time we went there, just loads and loads of Chinese teenagers, just everywhere.
Yep. There's actually also a really big issue in some cities where the real estate is just being bought up by Chinese families.
New Zealand is my favorite city in America.
What?
New Zealand. That's a big issue in New Zealand as well.
Okay. Yeah. That's been happening in a lot of cities in America. Is that the Chinese families, each member of the family will buy a property in that city. And they won't use any of the properties. They'll just use it to rent them out, and then they drive up the real estate and rent costs to make it really high cost living. And so that's been happening specifically in San Francisco, but also in places like Boston. Is just these Chinese families are buying loads of real estate and then raising the cost of living to really high levels.
Well, that's a landlord problem all across the U.S. right now. We're going to have another housing market crash pretty soon because of that. It just is happening, Yep.
I feel like that's a really simple thing that the government could fix, though. They could just, not allow foreign parties to buy real estate.
No, but the money,
that's not
though.
the way to fix it. But soon it's a free market.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Yeah, it is like lower income families are already priced out of buying a new house in the U.S. effectively, entirely. Even if it's like a shit house, it is like mega overpriced.
Yep.
Like we paid too much for this fucking farm in the middle of goddamn nowhere, And now we're in a position where if the housing market crashes, we won't be able to move anywhere fucking else.
Anyways, Soon, what have you been up to this past week?
I've been watching a lot of horror movies lately, because I got into Dead by Daylight, and that finally encouraged me to watch all of the old horror movies that I haven't watched yet. So, First off, I started with Invasion of the Body Snatchers from 1978, which is
one that does not have a killer in Dead by Daylight.
Yes, but still, it's one of the. It's something that I've also watched before, but it's one of the all-time best horror movies. If you haven't watched it, you definitely should. I think it's probably the scariest horror movie that I've watched, in that it actually was scary. I think it's very psychological horror that is based around paranoia, and I believe it's just a really, really solid movie. After that, I watched Nightmare on Elm Street, which was a fun movie, and it was a good movie, but it wasn't very much of a horror movie, and I don't think, it doesn't feel like it was really intended to be a horror movie, so much as just like, I don't know how to describe what he was intending to do, but it was supposed to be much happier than it ended up being.
It's actually was intended to be a horror movie in parts, because there are some parts that, it's our generation is more used to blood and gore. Mm-hmm. So seeing somebody get fucked up like people do in Nightmare is not scary.
Yep, that's true.
Whereas for generations that came before, the scene of the lady getting like pretty well ripped up while she's being dragged along the ceiling was probably pretty scary. And seeing Johnny Depp get sucked into the bed and turned into a gravity inverting vortex of blood, that one would probably scare the shit out of people back in the day.
Also kind of pathetic.
Nowadays, after having watched Invincible, I'm just like, oh, that's cool. That's fun.
Yeah.
Fountains of blood. Yep, that's fun. Very well shot.
I mean,
like Invincible obviously has much more gruesome stuff than cartoony blood fountains.
To be fair, the blood vortex, Johnny Depp gets probably the best horror movie death ever. Probably.
Well, yeah, that's that. I would say that's fair. That's fair. But it's a fun death, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's a scary death. Honestly, like I said, Invincible does the gruesome stuff much more effectively, I feel, specifically in the last episode.
It's scary because you don't see what Freddy did to Johnny Depp. He just became that, you know?
Yeah, I don't find any horror in that. But anyway, after I watched Nightmare on Elm Street, I watched Halloween, which was a much better film.
Which one?
The original.
Okay, good.
I'm not watching anything but the originals right now. I haven't watched any of the sequels for any of these movies that I'm mentioning. Besides, I guess Invasion of the Body Snatchers is technically a remake.
I'm just asking because of the Rob Zombie movie.
Yeah, no, I watched the original Halloween from 1980 something? 82?
Sometime in the late 70s.
Or was it 1970? Was it also 1978?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
I know it was one of the first slasher movies after
Leatherface was the first.
Yeah, I know Leatherface was the first, but this was probably like
Michael popularized it.
Yeah,
Halloween
definitely popularized it. And I would say he invented most of the tropes of slasher more than Leatherface did.
Yeah, Leatherface mostly just sits around in the house until they come in and get killed by him.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas like Michael is more the traditional slasher that most people think, where he hunts them down and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
and
I watched
Halloween.
Go ahead. I watched Halloween, and I felt like that was a much better movie than Nightmare on Elm Street. It was just much more. The tension was much more prevalent in that movie, I felt, and I actually did feel tense at points. Unlike Nightmare on Elm Street, where I don't feel tension was very well built up at all. There was some points where there was some tension, but overall, I feel it just lacked any real tension. Whereas Halloween is obviously built around tension. It has a really good thematic music that helps with that tension. It's obviously a very classic theme.
John Carpenter was fantastic at soundtracks.
Yes. And also John Carpenter is a master at horror directing. He's created several of the best horror movies.
Oh, yeah.
And
my personal favorite horror movie is The Thing, so yeah.
Yeah, and then after Halloween, I watched Scream because Pink mentioned it on the forum. And Scream was also very good. I'd say
I've never seen it.
It was a very fun movie that also somehow still managed to build a lot of I'm surprised Pink's not saying anything right now.
I was letting you speak.
Okay. But yeah, I felt like it also built a lot of tension really well, despite the fact that it's a more campy, humorous film. And it tries to play off of parodying the genre. But despite being a parody, it still manages to be a sincere, genuine movie without sacrificing any of the other elements that it's trying to build on.
Well, dare I say, not having watched Scream, but generally having an idea of what the plot is, it can be a bit spookier, especially after the movie released and in the present day context. Because don't the killers kill? Well, I accidentally just spoiled a little bit by saying killers, but
yeah,
don't the killers in Scream kind of have almost kind of a school shooter like thing about them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Although I'd say one of them definitely seemed to be I think that they were hinting that he was just mentally impaired and being taken advantage of by the primary killer.
Probably. Well, yeah, but you could also make
like he was mentally
you could make the same argument for one of the guys in Columbine, couldn't you?
Yeah, I guess I would. I mean, I wish Mike was here. He would be able to.
Yeah, I was about to say, all the time for Mike to not be here.
Mike would have given us a freaking five-page essay just on the mention of the word Columbine. So hey,
yeah,
Mike the rat guy, the only person to have knowledge so good of the Columbine shooting that it somehow got him laid.
Did it get him laid though? Did they actually ever end up meeting in real life?
Yes, they have.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know if it got him laid. I've never fucking asked him that.
Mike, did you
they just went out for
did you get the candy you were promised?
For an ice cream, and it was all perfectly nice, like the 50s.
Yeah, I was just wondering because they obviously they have the whole husband issue there. I was wondering.
Yeah.
If they had actually met in real life.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. Mike, the guy's here to cock you.
Wait, why do you have to hide the kids?
They don't need to see. Hide your kids, okay. For whatever reason, you hide your kids, hide your wife. To me, sounded like I'm saying that Mike is going to cock the wife with the husband, which I mean, maybe we don't know.
Anyway, after I watched Scream, did I watch any other horror movies before the last one? I'm trying to think. I started watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but I'm like halfway through the movie and I'm just really, really bored.
Yeah.
It just nothing happens. Nothing happens so far. So far, all I've seen is a guy stabbing himself.
How recently had the Hays Code ended by the time that Texas Chainsaw came out?
Let me check.
Because it was pretty recent. Because I know that the Hays Code ending also led immediately into Godfather the next year.
How do you spell Hays in that?
Hays.
Okay, Hays. Got it. 1968. So I think it was literally the same year.
Texas Chainsaw was not made in 68.
Okay, yeah, it was 1974, so 6 years.
Yeah, but that's still pretty close.
And then
Which came first, Texas Chainsaw or Black Christmas? Black Christmas 1, not Black Christmas 2. Black Christmas 2 is very different.
1974, same year.
Oh, so those both kind of compete for the title of first slasher. That's interesting. They were very much blazing new trails there.
So I'm pretty sure Texas Chainsaw came first because Black Christmas came out December 20th, right before Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas Chainsaw came first, but I believe Black Christmas is considered to be kind of the better first slasher.
Texas Chainsaw came out like 2 months before. So they were basically, for all intents and purposes, they were both done around the same time. Like
That's
completed,
weird.
Completed.
That's surprising. Now, do you guys know what movie Black Christmas 2 is?
I don't have a clue.
No, I've never heard of Black Christmas, actually.
Nor have I.
If I've heard of it, I've forgotten. So...
Black Christmas 2 is the movie that Garbage Day comes from.
Oh, that one, yeah. That's just a fucking that's not even a proper sequel in it. It's just the first movie, and then here's a couple of more scenes.
Yes, a couple more scenes of the kid from the first movie just going around with a revolver shooting people. And he goes up to a guy who's just getting the trash and goes, "Garbage Day!" and then shoots him. And that's the scene.
Sounds incredible.
It truly was Garbage Day.
Yeah.
Somebody.
But yeah, and then after that, I watched The Ring, which was really, really good, actually.
The American one or the Japanese one?
The American one, obviously.
Why?
I heard the American one is better than the Japanese one.
I prefer Ringu.
It partly is a storytelling thing, because in The Ring, it's supernatural, and Ringu, it's a disease.
Yeah.
Right? Do you prefer supernatural or scientific horror, biological horror? Do you prefer Resident Evil or Silent Hill? That's overly reductive, but you know.
Well, isn't Resident Evil now also science fiction?
Resident Evil
always been science fiction.
Oh wait, sorry, I got those. Sorry, yeah, but you're right. I was
about to say that Resident Evil obviously been science zombies.
I vastly prefer supernatural horror.
Generally,
when it's done well, but it's very rarely done well, and The Ring does it really, really well. Like, The Ring probably might be the best supernatural horror I think I've seen. Honestly, I
disagree by a country mile, but I can understand why you would like it.
Which one were you thinking of for supernatural horror? I mean, I guess if you consider Halloween as supernatural, it's kind of tricky to say Halloween is supernatural with just the first movie in mind.
Michael, they keep ambiguous in all the good movies. If the movie explains what Michael is, then it's a bad Halloween movie.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? I mean, I didn't particularly like The Ring, actually. I would say that I thought Nightmare on Elm Street was better.
I strongly disagree. I thought The Ring was really, really good at. I thought it was really, really good at. What was my train of thought there? I think it's actually pretty good Lovecraftian horror, honestly. I haven't seen any discussion about that, but it feels.
I mean, I don't know why it would be Lovecraftian.
Well, for one, the way that the girl kills you is that she's just so horrifying that you just kind of can't comprehend the horror and you die because of it.
I mean, yeah, I suppose I can see it. I don't know.
Also,
but I think of
there's no way. There's also no way to defeat her. The curse is just I guess besides spreading her, which again is very Lovecraftian, the whole cult thing. It very much so feels Lovecraftian to me.
I suppose
the only way to defeat it is to join it.
Like, to me, the thing is just that, like, whenever I think of The Ring, I also think of the original story that The Ring got, the original like Japanese folk that The Ring got made from, which is I'm forgetting the name of it, but basically it's a story where some asshole samurai dude murders his wife, throws her down a fucking well because he wants to get together with his mistress. And I don't know why the freaking woman needed to die, but whatever. So then read later, she while she's dying, she curses him more or less, so that she'll come back from the dead. Because in Japan, when people die and hold like grudges, they come back as like demons, more or less.
That's also the case in basically any other culture.
Yeah. I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't qualify ghosts as Lovecraft because while what they do to people is impossible to understand, that's kind of the nature of supernatural horror altogether.
Again, it's not just horror. There's also so the entire point of the film is that she's doing detective work, which again, that's what most of the characters in Lovecraft are. They're detectives trying to figure out the answers to things. They find out that there's not really an answer to things, that there's just these really powerful, malevolent creatures / spirits that are just incomprehensible horror, which all of this The Ring does. It's a detective movie, basically, where they search for answers. There's a powerful, malevolent creature that just is pure evil, and it's unstoppable. The only way to defeat it is to join it. This just sounds very Lovecraftian to me.
I don't see a big part of Lovecraft, I say, is not understanding the nature or motivation of the monster. And with Sadako and then Tamara, we know
that. No, you don't really understand.
It's a ghost. It's an undead spirit.
Well, she was also evil before she was an undead spirit.
I still don't think it's still human. It's still too human. It's still too comprehensible.
I still feel like it does most of what Lovecraft does very well.
I don't know if I'd say that Sadako was evil before death as well.
Very well.
Because like
I found the movie very slow and plodding. I thought the only part of the movie that was really interesting was when they were at the farmhouse with Brian Cox, and that's because Brian Cox is the fucking shits and can make anything entertaining.
I mean, yeah, it is a slow movie, but again, Lovecraft, most of his stories, I've read all of them. I have an entire collection. Most of them are very, very slow.
Most of Lovecraft's stories are shit.
Well, yeah, they're also shit, but they're also very, very slow. That's just part of the Lovecraftian horror, is this things just go very slow, and then they eventually build up. You start trying to get answers, and then eventually you find out that all of the answers that you were searching for just don't ultimately add up to anything, which, again, The Ring does.
But I would say, like, the best Lovecraft story is Color Out of Space. And would you agree with that?
I actually liked Mountains of Madness better.
I've not read that one. I should, though. But, like, with Color of Space, things happen, you know? It's a progression of things. It's not just like, well, there's something slightly creepy, and then it goes on for an hour and a half like that, and then suddenly, oh, so-and-so's dead. All right, well, you know, it's a slow degradation of things, but it's a degradation rather than just nothing and then something, you know?
Yeah, so it doesn't take the whole book to find out that the enemies were the black people.
Daddy.
To be fair, Color Out of Space was from H.P. Lovecraft's post-racist period, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
The enemy was not black people, it was just purple.
People. Oh, purple? Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't purple, it was a color that you literally can't comprehend because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I was just joking. Well, because from the outside looking in, when you first hear about the Color Out of Space, you're like, what a stupid fucking idea for a story. Why would there be an evil color? But when you read the story, it's like, oh, well, I get it now. The color itself is not evil. It's that there's a bizarre alien disease or parasite that just happens to turn things that color.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder why a color would be evil, and then you see magenta.
Yeah. Really, the best part of Color Out of Space, which God help me for spoiling a 100-year-old story, but the best part of Color Out of Space is the ending. Where after all that happens, like, the whole fucking farm gets murdered with disease and then nukes itself, the protagonist mentions, well, it made a big ass crater, and now the government's filling it in to make a lake with a water reservoir attached.
Oh,
Yeah. That's good horror when you just leave it like that. Like, well,
good luck.
We may have done goofed there.
Okay. I don't know if I've already mentioned this to you soon, but while you're on the horror track, all three of the classic Romero Trilogy of the Dead movies are available free on YouTube. Perhaps not legally, but the Romero estate isn't bothering to take them down, so whatever.
Gotcha.
The original theatrical cut of Dawn of the Dead. Make sure to find the theatrical cut, because they've also put on YouTube the other cuts, and they're all a lot worse. But the original theatrical cut of Dawn of the Dead is probably my favorite zombie fiction ever. Like, it's when you watch Dawn of the Dead, it's kind of incredible because you're watching it and you're like, wow, that was really the first zombie fiction ever, like real zombie fiction as we consider zombies.
Mhm.
And it's just been downhill since then.
Yep. Dawn of the Dead. Telling my TV to pull up Dawn of the Dead to see if I have it available on any of the many streaming services I have.
Yeah. Just do not go with the one. What are the two? There's the extended cut, which I don't think adds anything of substance, and then there is the cut by the other director, who is that Italian guy that makes schlocky horror movies, and he had his daughter in all of his movies, and she's naked in half the movies because he's a fucking creep. What's his face? I don't remember his name. If Mike were here, he'd be able to help me. But don't go with his cut either, because while he made some decent changes, for the most part, he tried to stretch a 20-minute soundtrack over a 2-hour movie. And there is one particular sound edit in the original Romero cut that is phenomenal and like is one of the best parts of the whole movie. Dario Argento. There we go. Dario Argento. He cuts out like the best sound editing bit in the whole movie, and it kind of ruins one of the movie's best bits.
Okay, so I've got Night of the Living Dead on HBO, but the only Dawn of the Dead that seems to be available on any streaming service is James Gunn, which I've heard is also actually pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard that's good. I've not watched it. There's a part I make fun of near the end that you probably saw me mention on the forum a lot. Night of the Living Dead is slow paced, but generally pretty good. You might like it better than I did because you liked I thought The Ring was pretty slow, but you liked it. So I think you and him may differ a bit in that regard.
Yeah, so Invasion of the Body Snatchers is also a very slow film where not much is happening for most of the film. They just kind of build on tension slowly.
Yeah, I would say Night of the Living Dead is a slow movie, but it's not a movie where nothing happens, because pretty well the entire movie they're under siege.
Gotcha. Return of the Living Dead, is that also a Romero?
No, see, Night of the Living Dead was made by Romero and some other guy whose name escapes me. And after they made that one, they kind of split the rights. Romero went on to make more serious zombie movies. Well, Night of the Living Dead is a very serious zombie movie, and Romero continued to make serious zombie movies with Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead, while the other guy made zombie comedies with Return of the Living Dead and so on. Gotcha. Return of the Living Dead is the one that made Brains zombies. There is still some value to Return of the Living Dead 1. I've not watched it. I've only seen scenes. It's got some good parts, but you have to understand it's more comedy than it is horror, and it's a very, very different kind of story.
Gotcha.
Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead, fundamentally, it's about people and how they screw up. Not in the same way Walking Dead is, but different kinds of aspects of how people screw up. While Return of the Living Dead, it's more so just about the zombies.
All right, so what's the third Romero movie then?
Day of the Dead.
Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead.
Day of the Dead was not well liked in its time, but it's turned into a cult classic. And I would generally agree. I really like Day of the Dead. What?
I'm yelling at my TV.
No.
So 1985.
Oh God, you use the voice commands on your TV?
Yes, because it's faster than trying to find the search button. and then typing it out, I can just say Day of the Dead and it'll pull up all of the Day of the Dead movies. Why would I not use that?
Oh God.
Especially because this accesses all of the streaming services that exist. I can just, say the name and it'll show me all of the ones.
I just think of it as such a goober thing to do, you know?
Yeah,
I mean,
it
does your
is
TV have
kind of,
wood
but
paneling?
it's just so much more effective.
I mean, I just
understand
got
why, but it's just like I don't know. That just seems like something Grandma would do, you know?
Yeah, no, it does. It does. But again, I need to watch Candyman. That's what I need to watch next.
the freaking the Christina
And the
Aguilera
Thing,
song,
obviously.
Candyman.
Wait, what movie are we talking about?
Candyman.
Candyman. Oh, Candyman. Yes, Candyman 1 is really good. Candyman 1 is not what you're expecting, though.
Okay, why?
Is the legacy?
I'm not expecting anything.
The first Candyman is not
about Candyman.
What I'll say is Candyman has a very racial legacy. He's generally assumed to be like the most racially tinged out of the slasher villains. Candyman 1 has not got a whole lot to do with race.
Gotcha.
Well, it's got a lot to do with race, but not in the ways that you'd think. Whereas I've not watched Jordan Peele's Candyman, but I am pretty well certain that's going to be 100% about race.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of Jordan Peele's MO.
Yeah, it is. It's a shtick.
Like, I don't think he makes things that aren't about race.
Yeah, directors generally just have favorite things they like to do with movies. George Romero is actually kind of similar in that regard. Every one of the George Romero zombie trilogy movies follows a white woman and a black man consistently, each of them.
Yep.
And he has there's kind of meaning you can derive from it, but for the most part, it doesn't seem like there's even really any reason why George kept doing that. He just liked to do it. He just kept it as a pattern. Just a bizarre tradition, I guess.
But as for Lovecraftian horror movies, I've watched In the Mouth of Madness before because I heard it's supposed to be the best Lovecraft movie, and I guess so. It really does manage to be as shit as most Lovecraft stories.
Nah.
And it does kind of follow what Lovecraft tries to do, and it really sucks because of it.
Yeah.
It's a terrible movie.
If you want a Lovecraft horror movie that goes in the complete opposite direction, is like the opposite of slow, there's Event Horizon.
Oh yeah,
that movie is.
I've heard the Color of Space is actually a good one. The color.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch it, even though I generally do not like Nicolas Cage. You know.
Yeah. I don't usually like Nicolas Cage either, but I might still end up watching that one. But yeah, it really sucks that In the Mouth of Madness is as bad as it is, because I like Sam Neill.
Sam Neill's in Event Horizon as well.
Oh, nice. But yeah, In the Mouth of Madness is just so bad. Oh, it sucks.
All right. Did you do anything else this past week soon?
Yeah, I also have been playing Mortal Kombat 11.
What do you think of it?
I like it. Yeah. Yeah, I like
it.
I mean, I don't really have much else to say about it.
Would you agree with my general take that it's like, it's nice in that there's like such strong fundamentals, but at the same time, the game feels like it's got limited lifespan because it doesn't feel like there's much more beyond what's at the surface level?
What exactly do you mean by that? Can you expound upon that?
It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot left to discover. It feels like the process of getting better at the game. There are a lot of games where getting better at the game is not just improving your reflexes and improving your understanding of spacing and your general understanding of the game theory, but also discovering new things you can do and figuring out new techniques. But I would say that with Mortal Kombat 11, that last part isn't there. It's just figuring out the game spacing and improving your reflexes and your muscle memory and so on.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with that, but that's kind of NetherRealm generally. Like, that's just... I mean, Having been ingratiated within the fighting game community before when I was playing PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale and playing with people who were, professionals at other fighting games, within the fighting game community outside of Mortal Kombat, it's kind of got a reputation in that it's not, a lot of people don't consider it a real fighting game because it's so limited in scope in comparison to other fighting games in terms of what you can do altogether.
Not really.
And that there is a lot of emphasis on zoning and spacing, but in terms of like the overall technicality of it, it's far more limited in what you can and can't do.
It depends on which era of NetherRealm you're talking about, because like the original trilogy of Mortal Kombat wasn't really designed to be competitively played and all that. It doesn't have as much of a deep tech pool, although it does have it does have a lot of tech, surprisingly enough, just out of glitches and shit.
Yes.
At the same time, NetherRealm era, like I don't know about the 3D era. The 3D era had some tech, but not a lot. It also wasn't made for competitive stuff. Then you have the HD era, I think, whatever, the current thing that we're in with MK9 onwards. And MK9 onwards, NetherRealm tried to design the games to be competitively played, so they do actually, or at least are supposed to have depth. Now,
right, I'm referring to the Mortal Kombat 9 and onwards. It's the fighting game community generally. That's the perception that I have heard from most of the fighting game community that I've interacted with.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it lacks depth. Mortal Kombat controls different. That's my hang up with Mortal Kombat. That's the thing that makes me not enjoy it.
Well, I'd say with 9, I'd say that they've reduced the amount of quote unquote tech with each game. Partly as a way to try and make competitive easier to understand, and partly just to make it less intimidating to beginners. I would say like 9, because 9 had stuff like dash canceling and canceling dashes, which weird. X simplified it down a bit, but there was still stuff like run canceling, which itself was returning from Mortal Kombat 3, which is one of the aforementioned Mortal Kombat 3 techs. 11 doesn't really have anything like that. With 11, like, if you want to extend your combo, look at your character's move list and look at what combo extenders they got. Congrats.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I've noticed as well with Mortal Kombat 11. Although I have managed to pull off some combos that aren't on the list. And that's kind of nice, but like that's kind of the point of fighting games, and it doesn't really feel like that's the point of Mortal Kombat 11. You don't really discover very much.
Yeah, the combos that you find that aren't in the move list are just going to be do your regular string, then like if you're just do whatever move your character does that's a ground bounce or an uppercut, and then do another string, you know?
Yeah, or if you're playing Scorpion, and how can I use teleport to link these two strings?
Yeah, or just
the answer is you can't.
Or like adding on a couple buttons in the middle of the combo. I found that sometimes works with some combos. But But like, yeah, there's not really, it doesn't feel like you're piecing together a combo so much as you're just playing out the combos that already exist in the game. Because like, that definitely when I was playing PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, that was a lot of the fun in playing competitively, was just figuring out how to piece the different moves together. Because there wasn't really, I mean, some characters had like 2-hit combos, but overall, most of the combos that existed were just piecing together what you had. You didn't really have like a move, and then if you comboed into another button, it would do a special combo move. It was just piecing together what you had. And I honestly prefer that generally.
It's funny how soon is explaining the things that made me bounce off of MKX, or MK11 rather, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think 11 is a bad game by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, it's a good game, but it's just, I do agree that there's not really much to explore there. And so as far as being a fighting game, there's not really that longevity there, and I can definitely see that. It's still an enjoyable game, though.
Yeah, with the way I just think of it is like when you start up Guilty Gear or something, you see all the moves your character can do, and it's like, okay, Now, where do I expand from here? Whereas with Mortal Kombat 11, you see all the moves your character can do, and it's like, okay, that's what my character can do.
Yep.
And like Mortal Kombat 11 is fantastic in a lot of other ways. Graphically, it's gorgeous, and like it is well balanced.
And obviously, NetherRealm has the best stories in fighting game because there's.
And I don't know.
I mean, okay, Addy, give me another fighting game that has like.
I mean, it depends.
Story at all besides Tekken, which had one of the worst stories that I've played in video gaming.
You're confusing story modes with stories. Most fighting games have an overarching plot. Most fighting games don't. Most fighting games don't have a story mode.
Actual like campaign storytelling. And also Mortal
Tekken
Kombat.
5. Tekken 5. I prefer Tekken 5's
Tekken 5 had a
storytelling.
horrible story. That was one of the worst written story.
You're thinking of Tekken 7.
Oh yeah, you're right. Tekken 7. That's right. I don't remember
Tekken 5 did not like Tekken. What Addy's talking about is Tekken 5 had a beat 'em up mode you could play.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Freaking Devil Within sucked ass. It was.
But then what are you talking about?
It was a good suppository, but it wasn't the main thing. I'm continuing my continuous rant about how story modes suck ass and we should go back to arcade modes.
No, I disagree.
Well, the trouble with that is canon, you know? The trouble with that is canon, among other things, and like, the casual player is not going to hop into arcade mode and play with every character. They're going to play with the one character they think is cool, and probably get frustrated at how difficult some of the bosses are, you know? Story mode, at least, because story mode exposes the player to different characters. It allows for there to be a canon plot without confusing things too much. I mean, the ideal is really, the ideal really is for there to be both story mode and arcade mode to exist side by side, and for arcade mode to still have endings, which is what NetherRealm does. Yeah, NetherRealm still has arcade mode, and every character still has their arcade ending. But just to avoid things being confused and also to expose the player to different characters and so on, there's also the story mode. The story modes are not perfect, especially the way NetherRealm executes them, particularly because there are many characters on each NetherRealm game that are only there to be jobbers. What the fuck is the point of Reptile in Mortal Kombat 9 or X other than to get his ass kicked? Same for Baraka. Well, no, Baraka actually gets a story in 11.
Yeah, Baraka gets a pretty good story in 11.
What's the point of Kano? He's only there to die.
No, Baraka probably gets the best story in Mortal Kombat 11.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Baraka and Shiva both get finally humanized by Mortal Kombat 11 story. I don't like Mortal Kombat 11's story because I think the ending is beyond stupid. I think that Mortal Kombat did not need to be rebooted again.
Don't spoil.
Oh shit! I thought you'd already played it. Fuck.
No, I'm halfway through.
Which ending was well?
Yes,
which ending
are fantastic?
Which ending was well? Are we talking about the vanilla ending or are we talking about the DLC ending?
I haven't seen the DLC ending. I've only seen the vanilla ending because remember, I've never bought any of the DLC for Mortal Kombat 11. I only have the vanilla.
Yeah, but when I think of MK11's ending, I think about the freaking ending to what Aftermath.
That's probably way different because of Shang Tsung.
Not all that much.
Baby.
I mean, from what I remember, it mostly remains the same. Like it. It's a return to status quo, from what I remember.
I also heard that Kotal Khan dies in Aftermath.
Yes, NetherRealm made Kotal Khan. Kotal Khan is by far the coolest out of the new cast of characters. Nonetheless, NetherRealm has decided to shit on Kotal Khan at every single fucking turn in the road for some reason.
Yeah, Kotal Khan was definitely my favorite character that they introduced by like the long. Honestly, I actually just like his character and design better than anybody else in Mortal Kombat, I think.
Yeah. Well, he's just inherently so cool because he's taking Outworld. Like he's going along the same lines that Baraka and Shiva do in 11, where he is taking Outworld, which has for a long time just been cartoon villain world, and making it a place where people are actually people and not just a bunch of monsters that hate humans, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely part of what I like about him. That really does upset me though that they decided to just kill him.
It's Ed Boon has always wanted to start Mortal Kombat over again with a clean slate. So he is constantly trying to kill off the entirety of the Mortal Kombat cast at every stretch he can, and Warner Brothers just won't let him do it. Ed Boon wants to make a game that isn't Mortal Kombat.
And
he's been begging to be handed He's been begging to be handed the reins of Virtua Fighter 6 for years now, despite the fact that there is no fucking reason to give him the reins on Virtua Fighter 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, Mortal Kombat in 12 will have, like, a noticeable amount of Virtua Fighter guest characters, and then slowly with each Mortal Kombat, more Virtua Fighter keeps coming in, and less Mortal Kombat characters will be added.
So are you telling me that Mortal Kombat 12 is Dead or Alive 5?
Yes. I'm trying to remember if 4 had any freaking Virtua Fighter characters, but I don't remember.
I think 4 was the one that had Master Chief. Or not Master Chief, but one of the Spartans.
The one from Reach, probably.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Her arcade ending is just going, all right, okay, bye guys, I'm off to go fucking die. All right. What else did you do this week, Soon?
What else did I do? Not much. I am really excited to get Nickelodeon All Stars Brawl whenever, I have the money to do that. It looks like a really fun game that I actually really want to play. And the modding community looks like it's going to be really good. So
that game's going to have mods?
Yes, it already has
on
them.
PC.
I had no idea.
People have already modded voiceover. Several voiceover mods have been created for the game that give voice lines and like grunts to every single character.
Well, that's definitely cool because any footage I've watched, the sound design has always felt very empty.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the problems that I had, and it's already been fixed. So actually, let me just show the trailer that just dropped today for the voice lines. There's that. And so it definitely just makes a whole lot of difference when you have actual voice lines.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the game won't be good until SpongeBob says, "Have gun, we'll shoot."
I think there was a mod that had SpongeBob yell at Patrick something about him being a pink fuck.
Yeah, I mentioned that to you. There was a video I watched. Someone had modded it, where whenever SpongeBob kills Patrick, he yells, "Take that, you fat pink fuck!" And it was the person who actually did a fantastic SpongeBob impression. Like, it was so good, I almost wondered, did somebody just pay Tom Kenny on Fiverr to record that?
I mean, it happens. Have you seen all of the videos that Azula's voice actress does?
Have you seen David Hayter?
No.
She does so people will just like tweet at her to say like weird lines like, hold up, let me just try to find.
With Azula, I'd be worried that a lot of the lines would be porn.
Yeah.
Well, yes, she actually does do lines like that. She actually did like her and the voice actress for Ty Lee. Was that her name?
I don't remember.
One of Azula's little friends, yeah.
Yeah, the one that most people had a crush on. Ty Lee, yeah.
Is that the same voice actor?
No, different voice actor. But okay. they both did voice lines where they basically role played being a lesbian couple. Because of course they did.
I mean, I can only imagine all of the videos of Azula calls you a saucy baka. Wow, I turned American there for a second. Azula calls you a saucy baka.
Yeah, people will just have her say various lines as Azula.
I love it.
So anyway, Nickelodeon.
Where do we move on from that?
No, so soon. Which porn mods have you added to Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl yet?
I don't own the game.
That makes it better.
Yeah, that's the problem with what Addy just said.
Yes.
Did you get
As
this?
soon as you get the game, go away. Then I'll be alone.
Did you get the SpongeDick mod yet?
No, not yet.
What's the hitbox on it?
What's the hitbox on it? Knowing
it's
how
an
the
active
game
frame.
is currently, it probably doesn't have one yet.
SpongeBob's dick is a constant active frame.
There actually are several moves in NASB that are missing hitboxes.
Nice.
Like there's a move where Zim shoots a laser, and the hitbox is on Zim instead of where the laser is hitting.
Oh, cool.
So
That's dumb.
And the funny thing is, I mean, the thing is with NASB Nickelodeon, the devs are actually fully encouraging players to break their game as much as possible because they didn't have enough money for play testers.
Yeah.
And so they've like added in modes where people can look at the hitboxes of the characters like on screen so that they can see like what they've missed and everything. And so they've been fixing the game fairly quickly. They've already fixed a bunch of the infinites that people had found.
Very cool.
So I am excited for that game. Also, the first DLC characters are supposed to be Garfield and Shredder.
I thought you were going to say Garfield and Shrek, and I was going to go. All right, yeah, the main team.
Shrek could still be a character. I mean, DreamWorks did have a bunch of Nickelodeon shows.
True, but
They
then
actually, the devs have actually hinted that they might add Goku.
oh,
Yeah.
I love it.
Because they were asked about characters like Goku specifically who have had appearances on Nickelodeon but aren't owned by Nickelodeon, and the devs were like, well, at first we didn't think those were on the table, but things have changed, and as far as future plans are concerned, and then the dev did a little like lips are sealed kind of thing.
I mean, I kind of want. I kind of want. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't
want to see the people who've been begging for Goku Smash happy.
Yeah, I don't want Goku to be added, but I do want characters like Poe and Shrek and the penguins from Madagascar to be added.
I mean,
that's different. They fit in a lot better than Goku.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the only character Goku could reasonably match up with and not look stupid is like fucking Aang or Korra. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is that if they want,
actually, Danny Phantom could go against Goku.
Power level discussions. Nice, we're back in 2009. Yeah. But yeah, freaking like my thing is that if they want to add an anime character that has been requested a lot for Smash, don't add in Goku, don't add in Naruto, add in Monkey D. Luffy because nobody will be fucking ready for it.
Cool.
Monkey D.
Speaking
Luffy.
of characters who are too OP,
the guy from One Piece soon.
Oh, that's why I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Out of this entire call, Davia's the only one who's watched One Piece, by the way.
Yeah. Yes, that is correct.
Edo.
I'm not sure.
Aaron's a big One Piece fan.
He is?
Yes. Remember that point where he tried to have us play the One Piece RPG with him?
Soon, that's not any proof. Aaron also tried to get us to play a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure tabletop RPG with him, despite the fact he openly said he's never seen a fucking episode of it.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that he did mention watching One Piece, though.
It's so hard to tell anything with Ideal.
Also, why are there 3 Mike the Rat guys in our Discord group?
Kagemushin.
2 of them are fake.
It's one of them is Mike.
Decoys.
One of them is Mike's real body. The other 2 we need to hit to find out. Like the other 2 disappear when we hit them.
Shadow clones.
Yeah, that's
One
what I
of
said.
them speaks only
Kagebushin.
in truth, the other's in lies.
But but it's Mike the liar. So
Yeah.
so the true one lies.
Yeah. Mike the liar doesn't lie all the time. At least an eighth of all of Mike's dialogue is true.
So that's probably true for Mike too.
Yeah. I remember reading once that Mike in Morrowind at one point gives you directions on how to find a hidden shrine to one of the gods. It's pretty important. And the trivia said, this is the only thing Mike says in the entire game that's true. However, Mike gives bad directions to the shrine.
Nice. You ever get so caught up in the bit that you forget how to say truth?
There's a lot to hate about Elder Scrolls, but there's also a lot to love about it, you know?
Yeah.
Sure.
The world is not nice when the world is nice when people explain it, and then you actually have to play the game.
Yeah.
I did not. I'll be honest. I did not miss out on a single thing when Microsoft bought Bethesda.
Yeah, me too.
The Fallout series is effectively dead to me.
Fallout is dead. Elder Scrolls is basically dead because they'll never release another one.
There was not even do anything else.
Starfield looks incredibly boring as far as like a sci-fi game where you go through outer space. They just have you wearing regular ass astronaut clothes, and they have boring ass Boston Dynamics style robots.
I mean, those robots do parkour, dude.
Evil Within 2 is good, but it's not getting a fucking sequel.
Yeah, and then Wolfenstein is just kind of, yeah, you know, they had Youngblood.
I don't know about Youngblood, but Wolfenstein got too many sequels too quickly.
I mean,
Wolfenstein New Order was
true.
Like Wolfenstein New Order was good. Don't get me wrong. But compared to Doom, which got 2 sequels in the space of a decade, Wolfenstein got like 4 sequels in the space of a decade.
Yeah, it definitely got oversaturated, and it wasn't a terribly big enough game to like justify the oversaturation. But also, as far as Bethesda goes, also Arcane Studios, I don't like Arcane style at all. So not missing out there, even though they supposedly make good games.
I have played at least one of their games, but what the fuck did they make?
Dishonored,
Prey. You've played Prey.
I've played both of those, but there's something aside from those two, because I remember it being on like a
Deathloop.
No, how the fuck would I play Deathloop, dude?
Dishonored 2.
I would think you would have remembered that if you remember Dishonored 1.
I mean, that's all they've made. Dishonored 1, Dishonored 2,
I'm checking
Deathloop,
their list.
I'm pretty sure that's all that they've made.
I think that a lot of the members of their team worked on System Shock too, so you may be thinking of that.
Let's see. Oh, fucking Joe Productions, great. Oh, Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, that's the one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I used to be really into the Might and Magic series, and the Ubisoft happened.
They would do that
Done
sometimes.
by Arcane Studios. Interesting. But yeah, I don't like their games at all, so not missing out there.
Ugh. All right. Anything else with your week soon?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
Think you're given the right to speak.
I don't want it. Take it back.
All right, I'll go ahead instead. Fuck you then. So in my week, nothing. Go ahead.
Oh wait, actually though, I did read comic. Go ahead, Pink.
Okay. This week, Metroid Dread came out, and I played a lot of that. Really enjoying it. Very good game. Very, very fun game. I would highly recommend it to anyone who likes Metroids or Metroidvanias.
If you retcon Other M out of existence, is Metroid the best Nintendo franchise overall?
I'm inclined to say yes. I don't think I've ever played a Metroid that I haven't liked.
You also haven't played Other M, have you?
I've definitely not played Other M. That came out on like the Wii, right?
I think so, or the Wii U, but it's very well known as the biggest failure Team Ninja ever did. Team Ninja ruined the fuck out of a series there, supposedly.
Yep.
I'm in the background confused because we talked about Metroidvanias with Pink during one of the recordings we did last week, and we talked about Metroid and Castlevania series, and I confused the two. So I was like, but Pink said he never fucking played Metroid. What is he talking about?
Yeah.
At the time, I might not have played Metroid, but at this point in time...
week? You hadn't played the entire series of Metroid last week? Like, that's where my confusion comes from.
Last week, I played Metroid in the lead up to Metroid Dread.
Oh, okay.
Which one?
Super Metroid, I think?
I hear that is the good one.
Yeah.
Well, there's supposed to be lots of good ones, but I hear that is the better version of your original Metroid.
Yeah. So, Metroid, I want to say it's Prime. GameCube? Not Metroidvania. That is a first-person Metroid.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dread has... I don't remember who all had seen the Nintendo Direct thing where it was announced or whatever, but what I really love about Dread
I saw the Mario cast.
The Mario cast for what?
The movie.
Oh, lordy. Oh, no.
Chris Pratt and Jack Black as Bowser. Keegan-Michael Key as Toad. Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong.
Both Chris Pratt and Jack Black or Bowser. At the same time.
Jack Black as Bowser is probably the least offensive casting, because he's at least going to have fun with it.
Yeah.
What the fuck is Seth Rogen going to do as Donkey Kong other than be like, oh, hey, I'm Donkey Kong, ha 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 ha.
Or Chris Pratt as Mario. I mean, I actually think that if Chris Pratt can nail a good voice for Mario, that he'll actually be a really good Mario. The real problem is getting that voice down.
I want Chris Pratt to do the Lou Albano PSA in that movie.
Well, I can't see Chris Pratt playing a straight hero. Chris Pratt always plays like kind of goofy dipshit anti-heroes, and Mario is just about as straight a hero as you get in gaming, you know?
What are any of us expecting from the movie? Honestly.
Well, it's from the guys who make Minions, so I'm expecting a cheapo shitto movie that is there to get the kids to filch their parents' wallets.
I was going to say, since it's made by Illumination, I'm expecting to not watch the movie.
Yeah, exactly. I'm expecting it to be a very paint-by-the-numbers type movie that does nothing interesting whatsoever and has a star-studded cast that aren't particularly good at voice acting.
I mean,
I expect they'll make a lot of... I expect that Keegan-Michael Key would do it. I expect that Keegan-Michael Key will do his usual voice for Toad, and they'll make a bunch of jokes about Toad now sounding black.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, Toad will just be a black character now.
Yeah. And there was one thing I saw that just instantly struck my brain as like, oh, that I can definitely see that. That's probably going to be how it is the very first scene, the very first line that comes out of Mario's mouth will be voiced by Charles Martinet in the regular Mario voice. Then he coughs and kind of hawks up something and then switches to the Chris Pratt voice for the rest of the movie. And he's like, sorry, guys, don't know what happened to me there. That was weird.
I don't know what happened to me. I'm Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Also, I very much doubt that Chris Pratt is going to be doing an Italian accent because that would be very, very, very bad PR.
Well, admittedly, it's not like anyone even cares about racism against the Italians anymore. We just kind of let Mario be.
Yeah, like that's the thing. That Mario is the last bastion of racism against Italians.
Yeah. If you can't let us have this, then you're just taking away our freedom. I have a right to love Mario, you know.
I promise you one day eventually Mario will be race swapped somehow. They'll pull a Marvel.
It'll happen to every character. It'll happen to every character in fan art, I'll tell you that.
Well, yeah, but I mean officially they'll eventually pull a Marvel. And he'll be turned into.
I can't see Nintendo doing that themselves, but as long as they hand Mario out to other parties, yes.
Yeah, they'll turn him into an Hispanic, Asian, LGBTQA plus character eventually. It'll happen.
Mario
always does.
I don't.
Mario will stop being freaking Italian, and he will start being the same race Bison is.
Shut up, Eddie.
That's how I feel most of the time. Just kidding, Addy. I love you.
What? I just don't see where Mario demanded like that kind of joke. Honestly,
I mean, I just find the thing of like switching characters to the freaking, like, I don't know. To me, it's just funny that Mario would, like, they're going to switch Mario's race, and he's going to be the same race that Bison is, because we don't know what the fuck Bison is.
Yeah.
My race is ambiguous.
Bison. My race is Bison.
My race is Bison. Deal with it.
I'm pretty sure his race is Shadowloo.
True. No, Bison's race is Bison. No. Bison's race is evil.
Yeah, there he is.
I'm pretty sure that's racist.
Probably, but he'd probably call it evil himself.
Sir, what is your gender? Evil or supervillain? What do you have in your pants? Villainy.
What do you have in your pants? A gun. Alternatively, psycho power.
The psycho ink.
Yeah, I don't know if psycho energy is better or worse than a gun to be in your pants.
But yeah, Pink, you were talking about Metroid.
Yes, Metroid Dread, and my favorite thing about it thus far has been the big mechanical Emmys, which is an acronym for something that I forgot. But they are like these big, absolute beastly tanks that will hunt you down mercilessly. And it introduces a very big stealth mechanic to the game, which I love. You said something and I missed it.
Yeah, I said ME is short for metal ear.
Metal ear.
Yeah, but without the G because it's ME. I was going to call them mystery engines at first because that actually fits the acronym, but whatever, metal ear.
No, the acronym is actually EMMI.
Ah.
So it doesn't quite work out, but we'll figure out a way to do it.
Now,
if you give me 30 minutes.
Doesn't every Metroid game start off with Samus having like shit all, no gear, and part of the thing is that enemies that like several Metroid games have enemies that pursue Samus throughout the game and are threats when she's not so heavily armed, but later on she can deal with them.
Yep.
Like, hasn't Ridley filled that role in a few games?
Yep.
So it's continuing a series-wide trend there, which makes sense for, effectively what is a revival of a temporarily dead franchise. You kind of got to start with going back to the roots and having the come to Jesus moment before you start experimenting again.
Oh yeah, definitely very much back to basics. First side-scrolling Metroid in 20 years. So yeah, they hardcore went back all the way back to basics. Everything you just said, accurate. You're starting at basically level 1, and you got to build yourself up in order to take out the big guns, and that will just keep going as time goes on.
Yeah.
Everything's been very smooth, though. I've not had any issues with anything whatsoever. Only minor complaint, and this is the only complaint I've had in the 24 hours I've been able to play the game. I don't like that the slide button is on the left trigger instead of the right. That's it.
Shit game, 0 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to knock a couple stars out for that one. So it could have been a great game, but no, sliding is on the left trigger instead of the right, and you're gonna lose out on quite a few points there, my good sir or madam.
Gosh, they don't
That's
even
just
let
how
you
it has to be.
remap. Horrible. How can they not let you remap?
Right? And they
I
might
mean,
actually let me
you-
remap. I'll have to
You
check.
can remap switch
I
side.
can't check the options menu. Who do you think I am, Einstein?
I mean, from what I hear with Switch games like that, you technically can remap because you can remap things in the Switch's like BIOS.
Wait,
So
well, yeah, you can do
This is
that with any
true, but-
console. You can do that with any
Yeah.
console. I've
Yeah.
had to do that before with
Yeah.
PlayStation because I play the awful broken game that is Witcher 3, and they had a glitch where one of my buttons just didn't work, and that button was important to completing basically any quest in the game. So I had to
the exit
remap it on
button.
my
I see.
PlayStation 4.
You know, Bubsy 3D is actually a fucking fantastic game. You just have to go into the coding and give all the objects actual textures and remap the polygons a little bit, change the controls, make the camera angle shift it a little bit, delete some of the dialogue lines.
change
And,
that Bubsy to.
it's really a fantastic game. You just have to go into the BIOS, you know?
I mean, going to
So
the.
you all were.
I mean, going to the system settings on a console is a lot easier than actually freaking like doing BIOS stuff, though. Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. It depends on the BIOS.
There have definitely been some games where it's like soon on many of the old Total Wars, it feels a lot easier to just fucking open up the notepad in the files to change settings rather than actually go in game and change the settings in the options menu. You know, there's some games where the options won't even stick unless you change it in notepad.
Oof.
Yeah, that's true. I remember a lot of the old games you could just mod doing like really quick and easy text changes.
Oh yeah, like,
Yeah.
Jurassic Park Operation
can-
Genesis I could do a lot of mods just changing the text files.
yeah. I'm pretty sure you can just open up the map files for Total War Medieval 2 or Rome 1 in Notepad and build a fucking land bridge between France and England just by like changing some numbers.
Yep.
But my favorite video game setting that I may even be misremembering, but I remember there being a game where you had a subtitle slider and it didn't work.
You had a subtitle what now?
Did you say a subtitle slider?
Yes.
I only want
Slider?
24% of subtitles.
And the best part is that there are two options, yes and no. But we need a slider, y'all.
How much yes would you like?
I'm only feeling 25% yes. So like give me a faint outline of subtitles and I'll be fine.
Wait, did you have to like drag the little slider all the way over?
Yes. It was an actual it wasn't a segmented slider, it was a full fucking slider because they couldn't program a segmented slider that steps to one or two.
That sounds like some Two Worlds 2 type bullshit.
I think it was some Eurojank game, but I forget.
So
Two Worlds 2. Two Worlds 2 is the worst video game I've personally played.
I can't tell which is the worst one objectively or overallly.
What about you, Pink? Since it's your turn, what's the worst video game you've played?
Don't say For Honor.
I played a Tomb Raider on the PlayStation 2 that was pretty terrible. I
Which
didn't
one?
like it. I don't know. To be quite honest, I don't know what it was. I got it at a yard sale. I sold it in a yard sale.
Ah.
The very next week.
Was it the one with Shadow Lara?
Probably.
How many polygons were on her tits, Pink?
Not enough.
I should have counted, but that's something I neglected to do.
You were too
It
young
had
to
to
be
be one of the
innocent.
terrible ones that also tied in with the terrible movies. Because that's the only way I could explain it. Because allegedly the Tomb Raider series is supposed to be really great, except for those. So That's what I will be assuming today.
Wasn't there the one Angel of Darkness or whatever that was supposed to be trash and ended the original Tomb Raider continuity soon?
Well, by golly, that might just be the one I played.
I think that is the one with Shadow Lara, yeah.
Yeah, and ain't that the one where also Lara just murders a load of innocent people over the course of the game?
Well, I would have been fine with that.
Wait, no, Tomb Raider Underworld is the one with Lara's shadow, I think.
It is Angel of Darkness. I recognize that cover.
Yep, there we go. Angel of Darkness is supposed to be renownedly the worst Tomb Raider game. I know that. There's an AVGN episode on it.
Well, I guess it was a personal answer to the question, but somehow it was correct regardless.
Oh, I remember.
This
I remember.
This one definitely has evil Lara,
which is just regular Lara, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, regular Lara, but now she fights herself.
Why are people requesting a Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness remake? Why?
Maybe they want a better one.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is like, realistically speaking, we should be using remakes to turn bad games into good ones, rather than just turning good ones into good ones but prettier.
That's true. Yeah. So wait, actually, that's a good conversation topic. What's a really bad game that should be remade?
That is a good question. Let's see. Let me just look at my video game shelf, because there are loads of games that I keep around that I love in concept, but I hate in execution. Because let me just look around here. 2K20, yes. Let me throw another one in there. Turok Evolution.
Ooh.
That had some neat ideas and some neat designs, but holy shit, does that game play bad, feel bad? I don't think the frame rate ever crawls above 20.
I think I have a Turok game. I'm not sure if it's Evolution, though.
Ideally, you have one of the good ones. Is it one of the ones on the N64?
No, it's on GameCube.
You probably have Evolution then. I think Evolution was the only Turok that came out in that generation. I'd recommend you try it just to see how bad it is.
I mean,
let me see. Oh, you guys keep going ahead and talk.
All right.
I'm gonna just be looking over my shelves here.
Yeah, I'm looking for games that.
Yeah,
Warhammer 40,000 Fire Warrior wasn't so great, but it was a very cool idea to have a Warhammer 40,000 first-person shooter from the perspective of the Tau instead of the humans. The humans are actually the bad guys in Fire Warrior, believe it or not. But really, the humans should be the bad guys in most 40,000 stuff, because humans suck in Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all will probably disagree with
Protocol. Alpha Protocol should have a remake. That's a game that has terrible gameplay, but an amazing story.
Okay, I'm not saying this should happen, but could you imagine how fucking disgusting a modern Manhunt remake would be?
Oh, yeah.
Manhunt is like the most genuinely disturbing, violent game ever. And it's on the primitive graphics and sound of a PS2. Like, violence in Manhunt is too real, you know? Where it's like, oh, okay, we need to pull this back a little bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the suffocation noises with the plastic bag weapon are actively terrifying. That is a weird game because it's a horror game, even though you're never fighting any scary monsters. The player is the scary thing.
Y'all be probably.
About to say Marvel.
Yeah, go ahead.
What were you gonna say, Eddie?
Well, my suggestions will probably be like, y'all probably won't receive
Assassin's
these
Creed games.
No, I was going to go with that, but I felt like it was too low.
Unity's a pretty solid answer. Unity's a pretty solid answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Me.
I don't know, because I feel like Unity's scenario would need to be rewritten. A lot of Unity's scenario would need to be rewritten. So all you would the only things that you could keep to have a good Assassin's Creed game from Unity's ashes is just an Assassin's Creed game set in freaking revolutionary France or Paris. That's about it.
Nobody wants
Yeah.
to go to Paris, but I do want a cooperative Assassin's Creed game.
I mean, I would like a good Assassin's Creed game again, and then I could hope for a cooperative one. But neither are happening anymore.
This is also true.
Well, don't worry, Addy. There is a good Assassin's Creed game coming. It's called Ghost of Tsushima 2.
True. But yeah, like, the thing I was going to say is that it's two games, I guess, but I could see both Sonic Unleashed and Sonic 06 getting remakes and coming out better for it, because Sonic Unleashed has good ideas but not great execution even on the good parts. And then Sonic 06, if you rewrite the fucking romance between Elise and Sonic, then the story is
and also
okay.
rebuild the entirety of the gameplay.
Yeah. I was just going to say the scenario for
Sonic 06, like if you torch everything and just make a new Sonic game, then Sonic 06 could be good.
No, like that's the thing. Like, if you literally just remove the romance aspect from freaking Alice and Sonic's relationship, which is like two scenes, and then freaking remake the entire gameplay, but keep the scenario for the most part, it would be okay. It wouldn't be great, but it wouldn't be fucking shit either.
Okay, so according to rumor, this remake actually is happening. But Resident Evil Outbreak was a phenomenal fucking game with terrible loading times and some really absent-minded multiplayer execution. Because it's straight up a multiplayer Resident Evil game, a classic Resident Evil game multiplayer. And it's done really well, except for the part that any player can pick up a puzzle item and just hold on to it and just fuck off to the other side of the map and intentionally get everyone else killed. So if Outbreak right now is already a fantastic game if you play it with friends who aren't going to be douchebags. But if a remake were able to, for one thing, get rid of the ludicrous loading times, they don't even really need to change the graphics because it's already one of the best looking games on the PS2, and fix the whole thing of people being able to basically grief with puzzle items, then Resident Evil Outbreak would be a phenomenal multiplayer game that there is nothing like in the rest of the entire industry. It's just held back. It's a fantastic game held back by some serious fucking problems, which I think fits perfectly for what we're talking about here.
Yep. Way of the Samurai would be another one.
The
Way of the Samurai games.
I've not heard of.
I have heard of them, yeah.
Okay, so there are these Japanese role-playing games that actually have a lot of you could do a lot of different things in terms of decisions that impact the story of the game. The problem is that the game looks like you're playing the creative story from the old SVR games.
Yeah.
Because like all of the scenes just play like they're just real, like they're made in a cutscene generator. It's honestly, like, the gameplay is good. The story potentially is good, but just the way that everything, the cutscenes happen, it just looks too cheap, and it's just unplayable, honestly. So I'd say that the any of the games from that series would be good candidates for a remake.
3D era Mortal Kombat would be a candidate in my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, there were some neat bits to the story from Mortal Kombat 3D era that could be preserved, but there's a reason most of the 3D era cast has not been brought back, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason that every new Mortal Kombat game has had a project of trying to redeem one of the 3D era characters.
I mean, really, what I'm saying is that I want 4K freaking chess combat and card combat.
Yeah, everyone does.
And also puzzle combat. That was also better than the main game. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that was a general problem with Mortal Kombat, was that, yes, all those modes were kind of better than the main game themselves, yes. All right, let's see. I feel like Anarchy Reigns, if it came out nowadays, could come out with some better sensibilities, and it would be just a case of it being thrown in front of the modern day audience instead of the. Anarchy Reigns is one of those games that got thrown out in the wrong time, you know? Because Anarchy Reigns was an experimental Japanese beat 'em up type game that came out at a time where Japanese game development was probably at its least respected in the West. And nowadays, because of Dark Souls and a few other things and Persona, the buck has kind of turned, and we've kind of turned Western players have kind of turned back towards favoring Japanese game devs. And so there are a couple games, Japanese games that came out in that time that I think if they came out now would have a more favorable reaction, you know?
Yeah.
And Anarchy Reigns is also just kind of in the same category as Resident Evil Outbreak, where it's like, I kind of just want to see it remade because there's nothing else like it in the whole fucking industry, you know?
Right.
Particularly the multiplayer mode, because it was almost like a massive grand scale 16-player Power Stone, you know? Alright, let's see.
Okay, Silent Hill for the Room.
Yes. That game had some great shit and some stupid shit holding it back, and that's why it is not nearly as respected as the other three out of the classic Silent Hills. But a remake of Silent Hill 4...
All-Stars.
WWE All-Stars does WWE All-Stars does not need a remake. It's already great.
Okay.
I need you to shut up now.
Freaking... I was going to say, Fatal Frame 2, but Fatal Frame 1 is getting a remake, which actually fits our criteria, and Fatal Frame 2 is good, it just needs to be released. And then don't re-release any of the other fucking Fatal Frames.
If we're just talking about good-ass games that need to be released, that'd be a longer fucking list.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to stick to bad games that need remakes.
Yeah.
It's like I could say any of the Fatal Frames up to 3, but the main problem with those games is not the gameplay, it's the scenario. Like you really like if they remake Fatal Frame like 4 or 5, they really just need to retcon the time traveling incest baby. We don't need that shit. Why?
It's got to go. Mephisto, we need you, buddy.
Oh, I know. Guilty Gear Issaka.
They're the Guilty Gear spin-offs.
Yeah. Oh, Overture needs to be remade.
I mean, I've not seen much footage of it, and I've never played it, but from what I've heard, it sounds like the most bizarre, out there game design possible, which is at the very least interesting.
Yeah. Ninja Turtles Smash Up. Yeah. Actual game.
I actually liked that when I was a kid.
So did I.
Don't think it was actually like... What?
So did I. I also liked it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad games that might be getting remade, actually, one of the theories for the PlayStation remake game that they're going to be announcing in December that features like Irish music. One of the theories is Folklore from the PlayStation 3, which I had never heard of before.
Me neither.
I haven't either.
I thought you were going to segue into the GTA remakes that they're making.
Yeah, the renownedly Irish GTA, like not even GTA 4, which has actual Irish people. No, the classic GTA trilogy.
No, before that.
Oh, GTA 1 and 2, as we all know, those great games.
Not those games. I'm talking before that, before Soon talked about the Irish music and shit.
The main theory is obviously Metal Gear Solid, because, you know, there's an Irish, there's a song that's actually in Gaelic.
That's such a fucking stretch, though. Metal Gear Solid otherwise is not an Irish game.
Right, but Folklore is also a big stretch because it's one of the most obscure PlayStation 3 exclusives I've ever heard of.
This sounds like I don't know what the fuck is going on, then.
It does have an interesting looking world, though. So
a rowboat?
World,
though. Okay, I thought you said rowboat. I was like, it does have an interesting looking rowboat, though. I was like, okay.
I don't know the Great Sea or whatever.
Takeaway.
Whatever the name of the boat in the Wind Waker was. Watch out.
that's an interesting looking. It's got interesting designs to it.
Hang on, I have to go through like a whole bunch of processes to look at something on my phone here. Oh, where'd you post it? Oh, you posted it in general. Okay.
Yeah, I posted it in the text.
What the fuck is this?
It's a cat deer.
But why?
Oh no, I know what that animal is, but I'm asking like what the fuck kind of game is that even?
I don't know what the game is supposed to be.
What the heck is that?
It's Daddy Pig.
It's what?
Daddy Redbeard.
What?
This is even more confusing looking.
How does it get more confusing than that? Never mind.
All right, just the neon giraffe.
Neon giraffe with squid legs.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. It's an actual owl bear.
I mean, owl bears they're in the Pathfinder game.
Well, they're in D&D as well.
Well, yeah.
Where did Gary Gygax come up with that?
Who?
What?
The guy who made D&D.
Oh, the owl bear?
Yeah.
Well, he saw an owl and he saw a bear and he was like, okay, owl bear.
Yo, what if?
I mean, that's basically how you design most creatures in fantasy is you just kind of combine one animal with another. So he was like, oh, what are some animals I can combine with each other? Owl and a bear. Why not?
See, I'm more of a sucker for just having a giant fucking owl, honestly.
Like in Avatar.
There was a giant owl in Avatar?
There was?
Oh, Last Airbender. Last Airbender. Okay, I thought James Cameron's Avatar. I was like, man, I must have watched a different movie.
Oh.
There 100% is a giant owl in Avatar: The Last Airbender, though.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that, yes.
He's adorable.
Yeah. He also fucking died when the thing collapsed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Probably. Wait, he didn't?
Well, the picture I'm looking at features him with a character from the Korra series.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, you didn't?
Yeah, that's right. Korra to completion?
What's that?
None of you watched Korra to completion?
Nope.
No.
Fuck, okay.
Why would we? It's not as good as the original.
It's just, I get that. It's just I'm used to the idea of at least Pink and Soon being Avatar super fans, you know?
Yeah, and that's why we won't watch Korra.
Excellent point. That's why we chose not to continue with it. Man, look at what people who didn't finish the Rey Skywalker trilogy.
Yeah, exactly. Like me.
Exactly.
And I'm such a big Star Wars fan. I never even watched the fucking movies or read the books.
I don't think any of the four of us are really Star Wars super fans.
Not any of the four of us.
Not to the level of Ted. Not to the level of Ted.
No. It's like, I really enjoy the Star Wars films. I have zero knowledge of anything in the outside of that universe. Never watched the TV shows. Never read any of the what's it called, extended universe comics.
I mean, I like that.
I've seen the original trilogy multiple times over.
Yeah, I've watched the original trilogy a lot, and I've loved the games that they put out for Star Wars. Like obviously Knights of the Old Republic and Star Wars Battlefront 2, not EA version.
That's a good game, yo.
Also the The first,
EA version is pretty good by now.
the evil Sith game that you play an evil
Order.
Sith. The first one of that.
Or
That one.
Unleashed.
That one had
Unleashed.
good gameplay.
Order
Yeah, Force
Unleashed.
Unleashed.
Yeah.
Force Unleashed. Yeah, that one had good gameplay.
Yeah,
so I like
Force Unleashed
Star
was a
Wars
lot of fun.
games, and I
It was
like
also
the
really
original
short.
trilogy. But otherwise, yeah, I don't really care too much about Star Wars outside of that.
Yeah, my thing is that, like, I don't hate Star Wars per se. I'm just really fucking tired of it. Like, I can like part of its universe, but so much of internet discourse has become Star Wars in the past 5 years that I'm just like, okay, fucking leave me alone with it, please. I don't care. I don't care about Yodel. Unless he's made of Lego and fucking doing CBT on himself, then he's funny.
Yeah. Well, he's got to do it before he runs over the children.
Yeah.
I love how every time you or I reference Lego Yoda, like Soon and Pink both have to just be sitting there like, what the fuck are these two talking about?
Yeah.
There is no rational explanation for that one, really.
You know, I'm just laughing because now Lego Yoda is playing in my head.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That extended universe goes places.
Yeah, like into Yoda doing CBT on himself and yelling really freaking loud.
Hey, what else?
What else? Honestly, nothing else. Nothing else worth noting.
All right. Atty, what have you done with your week?
Right.
Eddie!
So.
Eddie.
Tammy.
Hey.
Yeah, anyway.
What the fuck was that?
A South Park reference.
Tammy!
God damn it.
But yeah, anyway. So, let's see what I have done. Well, I put in some time into Neo, and then I proceeded to uninstall it because I lost interest in the run.
Yeah. It's not even that Neo's weird, and it's not even a game that's like so brutal. You hate it, uninstall it out of rage. No, Neo's a game you play for a little bit, and you're like, yeah, it's kind of a neat game, and you don't just never come back.
I mean, it's not even that it's a neat game. I just played it because I have nothing else to play, and freaking I had to reinstall it to record it with Pink recently, so I was like, you know what, it's already installed. I might as well freaking figure out or do a couple of freaking like start up a couple of characters and see if I like any of the other playstyles that were there in the game that I didn't use in my first one. No, I don't. I don't like any of them. Like, not enough to actually stick with.
It's a very weirdly paced game.
I mean, it's just that, like, on the first go around, you don't know anything about the game, so you don't enjoy the game. Or at least in my case, I didn't enjoy the game because I was spending time trying to figure out the patterns. And now that I know the patterns, I played the game and I didn't enjoy the game because I knew the patterns.
Yep, that's Souls type games for you.
And the same thing happened with Hollow Knight, actually, when we recorded that with Pink. And I'm kind of sad that Pink's not here because during that recording session, right on that day, there was an update to OBS that got hot-fixed literally the next day because there was a bug in it that made it so one of the audio tracks don't record, so the game has no audio in that recording. So I'm gonna have to figure something out.
Oh my goodness!
Just record an entire new dialogue over top of it.
No, the dialogue is fine. It's the game's audio that's gone.
Oh. All right, then just record fake game audio for it.
I mean, I could, but I'm too lazy. So instead, I'm just gonna
noises with your mouth.
Just go like.
I was just going to layer Barbara Streisand's Nose by Terry Funk on it, but maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna slow down Barbara Streisand's nose and then make mouth sounds for the sound effects.
Hollow Knight soundtrack by Terry Funk. What?
So yeah.
We're talking before or after the dementia?
During.
Yes. He recorded it while he was also wrestling?
Yes. But yeah, so I did that. And I can't really like oh yeah, I remember so I got to the end of the first island, which turns out Pink. Pink's gone again, whatever.
I'm casually eating as we're doing this, which is how I keep muting myself.
Yeah. So during that recording, I was like, "Oh man, I hope we can go up against Nue if we have time." We didn't have time, but I hope we can go up against Nue. And then I remembered, "Oh hey, he's in the middle of the game," and I was wrong. Nue is on the third level of the game.
Yeah.
It's just that levels take 40 fucking minutes, so we didn't have time anyway.
Yeah, Neo's levels are too big. That's another thing that really I didn't like about Neo. And it's something I didn't like about Dark Souls 2 either. Dark Souls Souls-like levels are generally better short but sweet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then another
like
thing
there should be a lot of stuff to do off the beaten path, but the path from the beginning to the boss should be relatively short.
Yeah, like Demon Souls, I feel like you could complete fully very quickly, honestly, even without speed running.
Yeah.
Like you could probably finish it in just a few hours.
Yeah, but there's a lot to do off the beaten path in that game.
Yeah, exactly.
Not nearly as much in the games that came after, and that was one of the things I was disappointed about with Demon Souls. Is it's definitely the least contentful Souls game.
Yeah, the remake really, really, really should have done the sixth archstone that was cut from the game.
Yeah, I understand why they didn't, because they wanted to remain true to the original, the whole thing of the original, and the original didn't have the sixth archstone. But I definitely would have preferred to see the sixth archstone.
Yeah, it sounded pretty cool, like ice giants and stuff.
Yes, and there is actually a lot of still cut content that's in the files in the original Demon Souls on PS3 that is assumed to be from the sixth archstone, like seemingly the entrance to that world, and it all looks very cool. It's kind of like fighting on the peaks of the Himalayas with the ice giants and some other weird things.
Yeah, that would have looked so dope in the remake.
Yeah, but Demon Souls, the original Demon Souls, was operating on like no fucking budget and no faith from Sony, so they had to cut it.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's the famous point where Shuhei Yoshida played Demon Souls, and I forget what he said, but it was something about how it was like the worst game he had ever played. This is the
game ever. Miyazaki, go into the back office. I'm going to get my gun.
Basically. Which is
if
really
I execute you all here and now, nobody will even know this game existed. We can file your debts for tax benefits.
Which is whatever he said, it was just really funny thinking of that coming from Shuhei Yoshida, who is just overall a really gentle person.
Yeah. And of course, I'm having to walk it back for the remake. A game that's very close to me. The game was very close to your fucking cutting room floor?
Well, yeah, he mentioned that. That was kind of the joke.
Yeah.
Was that he really hated that game.
Yeah. My lungs.
Oh, he said, "This is crap. This is an unbelievably bad game."
Yes, that is what he said. Yes, I do remember that. Yeah. And I mean, the original Demon Souls did some things right, but boy, that game was hideous for the PS3.
But from what I remember, whenever he had originally said that, that was for a very different version of Demon Souls, and we didn't end up getting that game.
Yeah, that is very true. Demon Souls from the outset was supposed to be an Oblivion ripoff.
I think Miyazaki wasn't actually working on Demon Souls originally, and then after Shuhei Yoshida played it and realized how terrible it was, he sent Miyazaki over to fix it.
That would make sense. I think that there had been something about.
That's what I remember hearing.
I don't recall it, but it does make sense because Miyazaki had recently been like really proving himself on Armored Core, I think.
Mm-hmm. And so yeah, I think that's what ended up happening with Demon Souls.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Addy.
Shuhei Yoshida made Miyazaki into 50 Cent for it.
Yeah. So somehow the bullet and Hidetaka Miyazaki's head gave him the genius. It's weird.
He also has a budding rap career now.
It's like the bullet is a conductor for his brain waves. It's very strange.
A superconductor, you might call it. Anyway.
His brain is now operating at the level of 2 brains.
It's operating at the speed of 2 Einsteins.
Finally, Hidetaka Miyazaki has achieved usage of 100% of his brain.
200 because now there's 2. But
yeah.
Anyway.
Shuhei Yoshida took one look at Demon Souls and he said, there's only one way we can deal with this. And he had to stroll on over to Nintendo and assassinate Satoru Iwata and collect his brain and surgically adhese it to Hidetaka Miyazaki's using the bullet.
When Shuhei Yoshida assassinated Iwata, it said praise Lane, and that's where he got the idea.
Oh man.
Anyway, Neo.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Neo is boring and it sucks and I don't want to play it again. It
has a stinky butt and an ugly face and it likes to kiss its own butt.
Yeah, Neo killed my dog, which doesn't really work because I'm my dog, but you know...
It put a plague on our crops and burned down our houses.
Anyway.
And it fucked my wife too.
It was shooting
and it killed JFK.
It was shooting my dog while he was fucking my wife.
It's taken a page right out of Red Dead Redemption 2's handbook.
But yeah, Neo is like, you know, I feel like it might be fun for people who are into going deep into stats and min-maxing and shit. I'm not one of those people. So for me, it's just kind of bland.
I guess it might be fun for people, like, because those same guys might lose their fucking minds at Dark Souls or Bloodborne, because those games try to have all the items be more or less equal. You mean there isn't a best build? They just throw the video game box out the fucking window.
Yeah.
What's that meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he puts down something at the table for Mac and Mac just throws it off the fucking screen? Or was it Dennis? I don't remember. Either which way, that fucking game.
I don't know. Whatever. Either way. So yeah, I did that. And then I also did, in the set of Neo, I re-downloaded Yakuza 5 because I'm in the middle of a playthrough technically, but I lost freaking all interest in that as well in a couple months ago, so I'm just continuing that. I did all of Haruka's segment on mute, which means that I played all of the rhythm games on mute, and I got great scores. Genuinely, I aced all of the rhythm game segments so far on mute. There's not really much I can say about it. Like, a lot of people dislike the Haruka segments because it breaks away from the general gameplay of Yakuza as a series. I'm at the point with Yakuza where honestly, the less I have to fight with random people on the streets, the better. So Haruka being able to just walk all through Soten Body and then sometimes do freaking Hatsune Miku bullshit was honestly kind of more fun than the game otherwise.
Is there a general Yakuza gameplay style? Because every game's got wacky nonsense going on at the same time as the fights.
I mean, there is kind of. I mean, there's there's a base that everything is built
I'm just imagining the fucking go-karts thing, the little remote control cars thing from Yakuza 0, overlaid with a like shitty PNG text of real Yakuza action.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the difference is that Pocket Circuit is a side story, and this is part of the main story, and also like Pocket Circuit is just sub stories. It's just a string of sub stories, and also a thing that you can do on the side if you get bored of fighting people on the street. But you can still go out the door and then fight people on the street if that's what you want.
Yeah.
With Haruka, Haruka's entire gameplay segment is you don't fight people on the street because people don't really run up to Haruka to beat her ass because she's not Kiryu, you know. But
yeah. But all the thugs and hoodlums of fucking Kamurocho that are infamous for preying upon the weak only pick fights with Kiryu, the baddest motherfucker this side of the fucking planet.
Well, no, Haruka is not in Kamurocho. Haruka is in Sotenbori.
Oh, okay. Kamurocho is just the drizzling shits of Japan, then.
Kind of, yes. Kabukicho does suck, from what I hear. It is the ghetto of Tokyo, yes. At least from what I hear. And then Dotonbori.
Get shit on, Kamurocho.
And then Dotonbori, which Sotonbori is based off of. Dotonbori, I don't think is that bad. I mean, it's still the like night market part of Osaka, but it's not quite as bad as Kabukicho.
Yeah.
Which is why Majima still got harassed by people because they're still like kansai thugs and shit. But like since a lot of the entertainment industry is, from what I understand, located near or in Dotonbori, at least in the Yakuza universe, Haruka doesn't have to fight people. She can, if she wants, do dance battles on the street against random people.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Instead of the random encounters you usually get in Yakuza, there's just people standing on the side of the street with an icon on the top of their head, and then you go up to them and it tells you how hard their minigame will be, and then you just do a rhythm game against them, and if you get more score or if you reduce their health by dancing better, then you win.
That doesn't surprise me for Yakuza. It's just amusing to imagine someone running around, little Haruka running around on the streets challenging every fool she sees to a dance battle.
Yeah, she like the thing is that at least where I am with that side story, I guess, people are challenging her to get the crown of whoever is the best street dancer or whatever, and people are disrespecting her because she's an idol. And then she's like, oh, I'm not really that good at dancing, and then she wipes the floor with them, and they're like, yo, what the fuck, dude? And they leave.
It's the dance battle version of the classic Yakuza thing of, this Kiryu guy doesn't look so tough. 5 minutes later, he's not human!
Yeah.
You'd think they'd figure that out around the time they hear the story of him getting shot in the chest with a pump-action shotgun point blank 5 times in a row and just drinking a soda and walking it off.
Yeah, that's just made up. I mean, I feel like with the PSP games not getting localized or whatever, I forget. But the PSP games did actually give some context for why this happens in the Yakuza universe, at least in Kamurocho. Outside of Kamurocho, there's no real alibi for the series. In Kamurocho, you in the PSP games you play as like an underling in the Tojo clan, and one of the first things they have you do when you get inducted into the Tojo clan is your overseer is like, yo, you see that Kiryu guy? Go and beat him, and then you'll be a good Yakuza. And then you go and fucking die to Kiryu, and then he's like, yup, welcome to the Tojo clan. So the Tojo are legitimately just like the all of the Yakuza and the thugs fighting Kiryu in lore is just people challenging each other. Like past a certain point, I think like 3 or 4 is when this becomes canon, that people are just challenging each other to try and beat Kiryu because he's just so fucking unhuman.
Point, should it just be more logical that the Japanese government fucking recruits Kiryu and makes him Captain Japan.
I mean, I wish they did that, because then the ending of 6 would have made more sense outside of Japan. I mean, because the ending of 6 makes sense in the context of you are Japanese. Like, you know, if you know a lot about like Japanese history and the culture surrounding certain things, namely things that happened in World War II and things like that. Like, if you know what happened in World War II and you know why.
Also, it turns out Kiryu's grandpa raped a load of women in China.
No, they don't go that far, although it would have been more interesting, probably. But
they do the classic Japan thing and act like they never did anything wrong ever.
Kind of. I don't know how to take it, and that's the thing. Like, I'm missing cultural context from over there. But basically, in Yakuza 6, the entire plot is if we build this boat, then that means that we're waging war against America. And that's bad. So Kiryu is here to stop the boat from being built. And then the ending of 6 is, oh no, the boat was built a long time ago and people have just been hiding it.
Okay, does that mean that by the time of Like a Dragon, Japan and America are at war?
No, because Kiryu beats the shit out of the guy who built the boat, who killed. So there's this young guy who is the son of the general who had the boat built, but the general died to his son. So Kiryu beats the shit out of the son, and then the son dies for whatever reason. I forget what happens to him. He wasn't an interesting antagonist.
It sounds like a lot of Yakuza stories is just Kiryu beats someone up, and then the story solves itself.
Yes. Yes, Kiryu is there to, like, Kiryu is a force of nature that stuns bad people, so that people with guns can come in and shoot them. More or less.
It's that trouble that a lot of these stories run into, where it's like, how many of the problems in the Yakuza series would never have happened if it was just Majima instead, because Majima is willing to cut a bitch?
Yeah. I mean, the entire...
How many of these problems could have simply been solved with murder?
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, like, there was the case with the 10 million or whatever, 30 million yen that got stolen in 2001. Like, that would have been... That would have ended very quickly, because Majima would have just stabbed Nishiki and then stabbed the other guy whose name I'm forgetting, who was their sister's baby daddy. And then he would have taken the money and built houses, because he runs a construction company. You know.
Shit. I always think of that one bit from the non-canon zombie game, where it's like, the moment a zombie walks into Majima's room, he's already got a shotgun in hand.
Yeah. Dead Souls has a better name in Japan, in my opinion, because in the West it's called Yakuza Dead Souls. In Japan it's Yakuza, it's Like a Dragon of the Dead. It's great.
I appreciate the of the dead bit, but I feel like they could do it a bit better, because when you say Like a Dragon of the Dead, that implies that Kiryu is going to be dead, you know?
I mean, it depends on when this is supposed to be set, really.
It's also a bit weird to have it be a send up to Dawn of the Dead when, like, it's not like Dawn of the Dead styled at all, right? It's much more just goofy, fuck it, kill loads of zombies.
I don't know. I never played it or even looked at gameplay, because I don't need more zombie fiction in my life. I got enough of it in the past, like, 20 years. But yeah. There was something I was going to point out. Oh yeah. So did y'all hear about how Judgment the series might end? Because of Johnny?
What happened?
I've heard about the being stuff surrounding the likeness of the main character, and I also am aware that just the other day the main series director for Yakuza resigned and is moving over to NetEase.
Yeah. So I mean, even if I still cared about the freaking Yakuza universe, which I don't really anymore, but even if I did still care, now I would have a reason not to.
Well, I mean, there's more guys working on Yakuza than just him.
Well, yeah, but like, you know, I'm like, my thing is that like I don't know if I care about the characters, like both with the Judgment series and now Yakuza with the new cast of characters, because like Kaicho and Sugiura were cool enough, I suppose, but like they didn't really do anything for me because Kaicho was just like Dumber Kiryu, and Sugiura barely existed. And then the stuff in 7, I just don't care. I just straight up don't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's one thing to be said, the guy that was directing Yakuza was the one person that was stopping Kiryu from being in Tekken, right?
Yeah, he was.
Because he said Kiryu won't fight women.
Yeah.
But now that he's gone, hypothetically,
I feel like it's still not possible just because in Japan, the Japanese culture would freaking demand that they honor his wishes, especially since he's not dead. Like it would probably be even more so if he was dead, but like he's still not dead, so he can just be like, "Yo, why?" Sega, no.
yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, people suggested that they like instead of Yagami, the next game follows Akiyama, and I mean I wouldn't mind that because Akiyama's cool. But at the same time, I like going through Yakuza again. I guess I don't know because like I didn't really go through all of the series. I just went through what I consider to be the highlights gameplay wise. But like going through Yakuza again, it really does show that as time went on, they just stopped caring. Really, like they ran out of ideas. The best of point for what they can do with the 3D beat 'em up stuff.
I mean, with Yakuza 6, when their new idea was, let's get rid of all the characters.
Yeah, let's get rid of all of the characters and all of the heat actions, so it's just the most basic shit that Kiryu could do in Yakuza 1.
Yeah.
More or less. And then in Judgment, like Judgment's combat mechanic, people say it's the best that combat mechanic has been. I disagree. I think that's probably either 6 or Kiwami 2. But I don't think it's Judgment, because to me Judgment felt like it was a bit thrown together. Like they were just like, oh no, Kiryu is not the protagonist anymore, so we have to get new combat styles. What do we do? And it was just like retroactively thrown into the thing, even though it obviously wasn't designed for it, and it just doesn't feel good. I mean,
how is the combat in Judgment different?
Yeah, the combat in Judgment, the Yagami has different fighting styles than Kiryu completely, and both of the Dragon Engine fighting ways, I guess, I don't know what to call it, but both Kiryu and Yagami feel bad to use in the Dragon Engine for different reasons, different but similar reasons, because it's a Dragon Engine wide problem that attacks bounds of people blocking attacks, and they like it doesn't do it in a way that makes sense. Like, it's not that that your attack gets blocked and then you do a thing where okay, so the attack missed and then you go back to your fighting stance, whatever. No, you do the attack and then it's like they did an advancing guard from Marvel, and it's on every hit. And the advancing guard also pushes you away, which I don't think it does in the Dragon Engine games, but whatever. It just like it feels bad when your attacks get blocked, and the AI likes to block a lot, and you're just not given a lot of options to open them up.
There's no like throws or anything to get through a block.
You can use weapons, but it's a bit slow and janky because the whatchamacallit, the physics interfere, and also there are weapons that don't go through block either. In fact, most of the ones you can... Yeah, go ahead.
I remember the Raising Kratos documentary they were doing for the making of God of War 4. At one point, there was a section where it's Cory Barlog is watching some of the other devs play the original Greek trilogy of God of War games. And one of them is, repeatedly hitting an enemy that's just blocking and ignoring all the hits. And Cory comes up and asks him, hey, wait, so enemies could just block any attack? Yeah. You couldn't do anything to break their block or do anything about it except just stop attacking and wait for them to stop blocking? Yeah. Why the hell do we do that? And it's just perfect in my head for when game devs think that's a good idea, you know?
Yeah. Like the only two ways that I can think of that you can break through a block in the Yakuza series overall, really, but it's especially bad in the Dragon Engine games, is you either do a grab on them or you do a heat action if you can do it to people who are blocking, which you may not be able to do. And the issue with grabbing is that some characters are grab resistant. Why? Cause fuck you, mainly.
Oh, I think Sim's about to agree with me for a specific reason on this, but it's the fucking worst when you have a character who has a big arsenal of grab attacks and you have boss enemies who are grab invincible.
Oh yeah, like the final boss in Mortal Kombat 11, who you can't do any grapple attacks against.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, NetherRealm's been bad about that before because, Chronica's invincible is grab invincible. Onaga was definitely grab invincible in Mortal Kombat
So
Deception.
was Blaze.
Blaze was as well, yes. NetherRealm wised up for 9 and X, and Shao Kahn and Shinnok are not grab invincible, but I don't know why they forgot that lesson and made Chronica grab invincible again.
Why not?
I guess so.
It keeps people on their toes.
It keeps Jax from being too fun.
Yeah.
And Terminator as well.
Yeah, Terminator's another one.
But yes.
Mortal Kombat 11 just, I guess maybe they partly did it because Mortal Kombat 11's like only got 2 or 3 grab characters to begin with.
I mean, MKX didn't have that many grab characters either. It was only like Jax and that one version of Kano that I can think of.
Jason. Jason was also a grappler.
Okay, so 3 instead of 2. Man, that's a lot more grapplers, I tell you.
One of the versions of Ferritor, I want to say, was a grappler.
Maybe. I wouldn't know.
But yeah, I mean, Mortal Kombat 11 has Shiva, Jax, Terminator.
Collector has got a pretty important command grab as well.
Kotal Khan grapples.
Kotal Khan. Shao Kahn, I want to say?
Shao Kahn is also a grappler, yes. So actually, they have even more grapplers.
Yeah, when you're going to have a fundamental footsies-based game, it's important to have some grapplers. They're an important part of it.
Who else is a grappler? Is Jackie Briggs a grappler?
Yeah, she has some one of her best variation moves is she has a knockoff of her dad's gotcha grab.
Oh, and Garrus as well is a grappler. So 1,
Oh yeah,
2,
Garrus has super strong grapples.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grapplers in a roster of like 30 people. That's a lot of grapplers to have a boss that you can't grapple against.
Yeah. There's something.
Yeah, I don't get that. But yeah, so that's one of the issues with the Dragon Engine games of Yakuza. Another one is that even when you hit people, it feels like it's not happening because people ragdoll all the time and shit like that. And there's just no weight to the attacks. And another like smaller issue, I guess that sets the two apart, and I think that's the main thing for me is that like Kiryu doesn't really get moves at all. He just mostly has like heat actions, which don't really do a lot because it's modeled after Yakuza 1, and Yakuza 1's heat actions were 2 animations that he just did with the different items, and that's about it. And then for Yagami, they went, hey, but what if this fighting mechanic actually had like options? So Yagami gets the option to run up to a wall and then do a lunging attack off of the wall, which would be fine if the tracking on it wasn't completely shit. So basically, with the Kiryu games in the Dragon Engine, you can do Tiger Drop if you have the timing down, and that's about it. That's the most fun you'll have. And in the Yagami games, you can try to actually use the fighting styles, of which there are two in Judgment and then 3 in freaking Lost Judgment. There's 2 in Judge Eyes and there's 3 in Lost Judgment. There's a good way to discern which game. But yeah, so the problem with Yagami's fighting style though is that like the Tiger style is sort of well developed. I mean, it's 3/4 of a fighting style, really. And then you have Crane style, which is 1/4 of a fighting style.
Yeah.
And you out of those two, you only need to use one attack for Tiger, which is also like timing based, but not in the same way that Tiger Drop is, because Tiger style has this move where if you press and hold square, the Yagami grabs onto people's bellies, and if you then press square at the right time, then he blows people away with ki. I think is the in-lore explanation or whatever. I mean that at least that's what it looks like. But freaking like,
so there's magic now.
Kind of, yes. But like the issue with that is that because of how much of the Dragon Engine fighting thing seems to rely on the physics and the ragdolls and how people are placed and shit, the grab misses 25% of the time, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it feels like a lot.
Yeah.
So you're just flailing
over just a moment.
All right. So you're just flailing about, trying to do the grab, missing 1 out of every 4 attempts, and then you get to hit people with the one move that actually does damage. Because freaking none of the other moves actually matter. I don't know about Lost Judgment because I didn't buy it yet, and I'm probably not gonna buy it, honestly. I just don't care. I tried to like Yagami. I tried to like his sidecast and stuff like that, but I wasn't sold enough on the first game to actually buy the second.
I hear in Judgment 2 you beat up children.
I mean, okay.
You just beat up like...
You should have said, well, men! Those kids have had it good for too long!
I mean, like my thing is that like
these hands are rated E for everyone.
I mean, the problem is that since I've played through Judge Eyes, I'm not assuming you actually get to fight the kids. I'm assuming it's a QTE cutscene where Yagami is running after them, and then sometimes he's just freaking shining wizards a kid.
Let me see if I can find it.
Like a lot of Judge Eyes was ruined by a lot of Judge Eyes was ruined by how it was designed, really, because the parts that weren't just basic Yakuza shit was not good, because it was stuff like the tailing missions from Assassin's Creed. And let me tell you, out of all of the things I missed from classic Assassin's Creed, that's not one of them. I understand their importance, but the big difference between how Judge Eyes and how Assassin's Creed handles this is in Assassin's Creed, I can be on the rooftops. I can run around on the rooftops and climb houses and shit while people are walking slowly. And I can just circle around them on top and they won't see me. I am practically nullifying the mission, but I don't care because it sucks anyway. In Judge Eyes, you have to slowly follow a person through the streets, and then sometimes they look back behind you, and you just need to freaking go next to a sign that glows blue next to it, and then press X, and you're safe.
Yeah.
Anyway. So yeah, I did that. What else did I do? I drew a bit, I guess. What did I draw? Well, I did make the HD remaster for the Silent Hill picture that I did last week. Am I on? Yes, I think so. All right.
Well, so it turns out that the kids you beat up are actually teenagers, and you do actually fight them. Yes.
They're secret Korean teenagers.
Yes.
It's the Korean part that makes it okay.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sakes! I was loading. I turned on my phone expecting to see like the Silent Hill fucking thumbnail you had made, and instead I just see the picture soon posted of Jimmy from.
No, that is Timmy.
Fuck. Okay. Right. Yes, Timmy. Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy's the one with the crutches.
Yeah, I know they've got the same like names except for a different letter, but shit. Okay, yeah, the Summit Hill 2 thumbnail. Talk grab 200?
Tail grab.
Oh, tail grab. Okay.
Yeah, the best part of the picture is that that's not actually a tail grab either. I just don't remember the actual name of the trick. But a tail grab would be if
Kickflip.
It's not a kickflip. A kickflip would be if it was spinning on its axis under him.
Oh shit.
It may be a heel grab now that I think about it. I may do research of recording, but yeah, the actual tail grab would be.
I was looking at James, not Pyramid Head. Oh, I thought Pyramid Head. I thought saying James was doing skateboarding tricks off that piece of corrugated steel.
Oh no. But yeah, for it to be a tail grab,
that'd have been an even more different Silent Hill than if Pyramid Head was doing skateboarding tricks.
Yeah. But yeah, for it to be a tail grab, he would need to be grabbing the handle part with his freaking his right hand. Anyway, yeah, I tried to draw Mary a couple times. It didn't really work out, so I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna freaking draw just James beating up Maria. And then I took a step back and I was like, you know what, actually I'm not comfortable with drawing that. So I was just like, okay, what's the closest thing I can get with the implication without actually having to draw that?
Yeah.
And I made a lot
of
like,
I would have drawn Maria almost like doing the pose from that Action Comics #1, where she's holding her hands over her ears and like running away. Like, oh geez, that car's getting suplexed.
Yeah, my thing is that
this shit, man.
My thing is just that, like, you know, like I'm. Like somehow when she becomes completely defenseless is when it gets too hard for me to actually draw. Like that's when it's too real.
Yeah.
Because like when Mary getting beaten up is a bad look. Like it's a bad enough look to drive home the point of James's character. At the same time, Mega Mary has the Mega Buster and she can just shoot James, or at least try. So you know she has some sort of defenses. And then the actual Mary didn't. So I was like, okay, so what's the best way to summarize many things about Silent Hill 2? And I was like, Maria Dakimakura, of course.
Body pillow, right?
Yes.
Okay, you had me confused there.
Yeah, Dakimakura is the Japanese name for body pillows, I think. But yeah. Like, I use the Japanese name for the ones with the printed things because body pillows exist that aren't fucking horny. And, you know, freaking my family used to own a couple, so I don't know. To me, that's not inherently horny. Calling them by the Japanese name makes them inherently horny to me, I guess. Anyway, freaking. Like I figure it's a good way to summarize Maria's character to just have Maria on a body pillow.
Yeah.
And then I feel like the implication of the violence is still there because of James.
You can have like James is violence.
Yeah. And there's also ketchup because hey, that's one of the things that happened in the playthrough.
There's what?
Ketchup. It's a healing item in Silent Hill 2.
Oh.
James drinks ketchup like pure, unfiltered.
I see.
I get some.
It's a workable substitute for. It's a workable substitute for blood. That's why they use it in old horror movies.
Yeah. James replaces the blood he loses fighting monsters by just applying ketchup to the wounds and then also drinking it, just chugging the whole can.
He just pulls out a packet of McDonald's ketchup and starts rubbing it on his wounds.
No, that's not high enough quality. James only uses the highest quality Heinz bottled ketchup. It has over 50 flavors or whatever their freaking slogan was. Right, what else did I do? This one isn't great,
Uh-oh.
but it. I mean, that's just my drawings, though. Really.
Soon, don't take Addy seriously when he says something isn't great. He's
I
just
don't know.
self-deprecating.
No, I genuinely feel like there's parts of this that look bad. But yeah, I was.
Well, that's kind of like,
yeah. I didn't think about it. I was just like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if Waluigi just did the Sephiroth to Sora because he wasn't invited to Smash? It was supposed to be like I originally wanted to like draw a background as well and shit like that, which is why Sora is sitting on freaking stairs. I don't even know how much you can tell that shit. But I cut it. Because I did Sora and then I did Waluigi and I was like, man, both of these look horrible. They don't deserve a background.
You're unworthy of the background. Maybe next time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this was the peak of when I was like I may have run out of things to draw, you know.
Oh my lordy, what is that?
Yes.
looks like a Dragon Ball character.
I mean, kind of, I suppose it could be. It's Yoshi or Sasuke. Like technically, I think that those would be Itachi's eyes because whatever. But yeah, story reasons. Technically, it could be on that. Why am I even arguing this? Who gives a fuck? Like genuinely, who cares?
Not me.
Like immediately, I'm just in like, okay, explain why you made the one choice that people could easily freaking make a problem out of. Who gives a fuck that it's Itachi's Sharingan? Sasuke gets it anyway, and even if he didn't, why does it matter? It's easier to draw. And speaking of that, I will need to send Pink a song. The Naruto fan song that I talked about during one of the recordings, and I tried on sending it before just because freaking I wanted to hear his reaction because it's great. It's at least as good as the German opening. But yeah.
How good is the German opening?
Oh, it's great. It's better than all of the Japanese ones combined. So yeah. And then before I guess we move on, the last thing I wanted to ask is, Pink, why do my sketch layers turn out better than the actual finished product?
I don't know how to answer that. I'll be honest.
I'm noticing that like I do the sketches, and the sketches, I feel like the sketches overall look better. Like there's nothing that's greatly different about them. It's just that those don't have coloring, really, coloring or shading. So like in theory, it shouldn't be there shouldn't be a great difference in quality, but those still feel better looking to me.
Interesting. Well, I'm not sure how to answer that, to be quite honest.
Soon, do you have an art degree that you're hiding that you could answer that with?
Nope.
Oh.
Oh, I'm wearing mismatched socks, I just realized.
That's how you know he doesn't have an art degree.
No. It's the opposite. That's a great artistic statement.
I'm wearing
on
one foot I'm wearing socks with the American flag, and then the other foot I'm wearing the sock with all of the international flags. So I guess it is an artistic statement somehow. I'm making some sort of political statement.
Yeah. The countries of the world are great, but America's greater.
Yeah. America gets its own foot. Everyone else has to share one.
I was going to say it's like Spider-Man and his amazing friends, but America and its amazing allies.
No.
NATO.
You can't use that word anymore. Only LGBT people get allies anymore. I fucking hate the use of that term that way. Like, no, you have people who are not fucking assholes. They're not allies.
If you just ask one guy on Twitter or Tumblr, you get a whole movement.
You're like really, really muffled.
I'm speaking directly into the mic. It's not that I'm muffled, it's that I'm looking down right now.
I see.
It sounds like you're underwater.
I'm not underwater, I can tell you that.
By the way, it sounded like he put us in like a freaking in like a box, and he was speaking through the box.
That too.
Well, do I sound fine now?
Yes.
Now you're fine.
Okay, then that was not me at all. That was my connection.
All
Okay.
right, cool.
Because I'm not moved at all.
Very interesting.
I knew something was up other than me, because I am not any really that different of a position than I was a second ago.
All right. Wait, what were you saying?
I don't think I was really saying anything. Addie, what did you do with the rest of your week?
Right. What did I do with the rest of my week? Oh, I moved setups. Now I sit on the other side of the room.
Oh, wow, shaking it up.
Yeah.
Getting dangerous with it.
I mean, in a sort of sense, yes, because I am very close to my big TV now, which means that my retinas will burn faster.
Ah, that's always fun.
Don't need them.
Who needs eyes?
Yeah,
I burned mine out a long time ago.
I mean, really, they're excess weight. By removing them, you're making yourself lighter and thus more energy efficient.
This is very true.
I mean,
and we should not be argued with.
I mean, really, when you think about it, me just embracing this whole furry thing and just trying to be the best wolf I can be. The easiest and fastest wolf thing that I can get is wolf blindness. Is that even what that condition is called over there? Probably not.
Oh,
I've never heard of that term in my life.
Me neither.
There's this condition where you get like I think it's actually genuine like holes in your retinas or something, and you just see like black circles in your vision, and that's called wolf blindness, I think, over here.
I've heard it before, but I don't recall what it's called over here, because it's not called wolf blindness. It's... Shit, I don't remember what it's called.
So wait, what was it again?
It's like...
when you get...
Yeah, go ahead.
When you get part of your retina burned so that you've got black spots in your vision.
But it's like permanent black spots.
Oh, it's is that cataphracts? No, that's a
No,
that's a soldier from the Byzantine Empire. Cataracts.
Well, you know, old people, as they get on in life, they start to develop cataphracts. I don't think that's cataracts. I think cataracts is the natural degradation of the retina, or it fogging up. Because old people are famous for getting cataracts, but I don't think old people are really famous for getting black spots in their vision. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
We were all just trying to figure it out.
Oof. All right. Yeah.
And you get a horse.
And you get a horse, and the horse gets armor.
And the horse gets armor.
No, the horse armor is DLC.
Oh, you're right.
It's not a cataphract unless the horse. It's not a cataphract unless the horse is armored. Then you're just a shitty knight.
And this is also true.
I mean, you're kind of just a shitty knight anyway.
Well, you still got the face mask. You're still a COVID knight.
That's true.
Well, speaking of fucking COVID, I don't think I told you all about this.
No, we don't need to talk about COVID.
No, it's funny though.
No, he said he's gonna fuck COVID.
Yeah.
Fuck COVID.
He's gonna get one of those little particles and he's gonna stick his dick in it.
Also, I want that hat.
It's great. But yeah, so I possess a plague doctor mask, and I actually went
an actual cataphract helmet, apparently.
Ah, nice. But yeah, so I have a plague doctor mask that my sister bought me because I was joking about freaking going out in it during the lockdown. So she was like, if I buy you one, will you actually come out of the house wearing it? And I was like, yeah. So she bought me one, and I went out of the house with it. 2 weeks later, the freaking state bans plague doctor masks because too many people were using them.
Lame.
See, in America, we wouldn't ban it. We just talk about in the news that there's an epidemic of killers running around wearing the fucking mask. Like that killer clown business that was going on a couple years back.
Even if there's no evidence that anyone is actually killing while wearing those masks.
Yeah, I don't think any of those guys that were running around as killer clowns back in 2016 actually killed anyone, but it was a big news thing anyways of killer clowns running around.
Like, they definitely were making it out as if these people were killing, but like I never actually heard a news story about any of them actually killing anyone.
Well, it's because the news is trying to create a cycle where you have to tune into the news or else you'll go out and get fucking murdered.
Or you'll
die. The news wants fucking anarchy and murder in the streets because then you have to watch the news.
Why don't they back the anarchist movement?
When you think about it,
like the best
those like 8-click websites that just talk about like how great Star Wars Episode 9 are actually better than the real news articles that are trying to like make you afraid to go outside.
Yeah, one is just being stupid, and the other one's being stupid and actively trying to ruin your life and get you addicted.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying, having spent pretty well most of my life as a part of a suburban American family, you get sick of it pretty quickly. Because it gets to be a thing where every time they're turning on the news, it's, well, someone got chopped up and dumped in a dumpster today. Be sure to tune in next time and make sure you don't get chopped up and dumped into a dumpster. And it's like, God damn, I better turn into the news to make sure. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What can you do to not be a murder victim this week?
I'm so glad that like streaming services are getting rid of the news.
Yes, there's always vital statistics they skip over. Something you'll never hear on the news. I guarantee you, you'll never hear it on the news. The overwhelming majority of murders are committed by someone you already know.
Yep.
You are not going to get hit by some gangbanger who has, for whatever reason, decided to travel out to the middle of fucking suburbs in Wyoming to take your ass out.
Yeah, the other thing is, even like when you're going into a bad neighborhood, people don't mess with you unless they know you and they hate you. Like, I've known people who have lived their lives in bad neighborhoods, and you don't get messed with unless you're messing with someone else.
Do any of you guys remember the game Call of Juarez: The Cartel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember how there was one mission in that? There was one mission in that game where you were going after a bunch of Mexican human traffickers who were kidnapping white women from America to be then brought over to prostitute in Mexico. And like pretty much everyone who knows anything about human trafficking said that's the complete opposite direction of where that actually goes. Why would you be kidnapping high-profile targets to then prostitute in a low-income country when alternatively you could be kidnapping low-profile targets to prostitute in a high-income country?
Yep.
Oh, man.
Because then you have to acknowledge that your country is doing that shit.
Yeah, well, that was before Weinstein, is the thing. I don't think we'd be as scared of admitting that after Weinstein now. I think now we're pretty comfortable with, rich people tend to be scumbags when it comes to sexuality.
I mean, yeah.
Godfather, I found out Godfather cut out a scene. You guys know, of course, the Hollywood executive gets the horse's head in his bed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a cut scene where Robert Duvall's character sees that he's a child molester before he puts the horse's head in his bed.
Ah.
Which, considering this was Hollywood in the 70s, I guarantee you at least one executive producer was like, hey, can you not do that? I like to molest children on the weekends. I am a purveyor of that sort, and I am heavily offended at the accusation, sir. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a 5-mile-long rail of cocaine waiting for me at home. I'm going to slide across it. What do you mean our industry is depraved?
You know, sometimes I'm
God,
glad. Sometimes I'm glad I didn't get accepted into film school. If I really care, I can look up fucking guidebooks. It's okay. Like,
your first mistake, Addy, was that you didn't suck off the other film students.
Well, he's too old now.
But no,
you're too old now, but back then you could have done it.
But no, my first mistake was
not for film school when you're 13, and then you suck some people off.
My first mistake was freaking. My first mistake was freaking not existing in a world where people are mixed with animals, so I can even find them fucking attractive, even the slightest. Then not sucking everyone off at the film school, and then also not watching movies.
You don't want to suck off cat dick.
I mean, look, dude.
They've got fucking spikes on their dicks.
Is it not the most incredible thing in the world?
Barbs.
They'll fucking always
barb the inside of your mouth.
And TV shows where they are just
look soon.
Like
the blood acts as a lube.
Executive producers, man.
Dude, the blood just acts as a lube. It's okay.
I don't know where the line is drawn, man. I don't know where the fucking line is drawn.
I wish I knew what any of us are talking about anymore.
It really, I'm just saying, it says something. You know, how many fucking movies or TV shows at some point have to portray Hollywood? A character goes to Hollywood, and universally, the producers, the guys of the studios, are always the drizzling shits. But they aren't allowed to call them a pedophile, but yet they're allowed to call them a lot of other things. So they call them a lot of other things. You know?
Yeah.
Tubbs is just going to completely ignore the other conversation.
I mean, like, they're always portrayed as, like, either cheapskates or, like, even in Godfather, even without the whole pedophilia angle, which I, again, assume had to be cut because too many of the producers actually were pedophiles. But in Godfather, when they have to go and talk to the guy, the guy doesn't refuse to deal with the mob because, he's got a moral thing against the mob, though he is kind of racist against Italians. But he refuses to deal with, he refuses to make the deal with Don Corleone because Don Corleone wants him to cast an actor in his movie, and he hates that actor because the actor seduced an actress that he was about to probably fucking rape. So, that's cool. As long as it's a grown woman, I guess it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder how many, like, directors and actors, if they had, like, if you gave them the choice, you can have one person just deleted by God. They could get struck by a lightning bolt right now. How many of them would say a producer? All of them?
I mean, probably not. There's like I figure that with the Hollywood elite types, there's a good enough percentage of them that are on the director's sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the producers are bad. But, man, when you hear the stories about the producers who are bad is what I'm meaning. Like, I'm not saying somebody wants to put out a fucking hit on Kevin Feige. But, I mean
somebody probably does want to put out a hit on Kevin Feige, but that's not for freaking hit that bad.
They might want to hit out on Chapek, though.
Maybe, yeah. Hollywood producers are the kind of job where if they're doing their job properly, you don't hear about them at all, which is part of the, I'm not so much talking about things from a work perspective, right? Because from a work perspective, producers do get too much shit. They get blamed for bad movies where it wasn't necessarily their fault. And as I was just saying, if the producer is doing his job right, you never hear about him to begin with, right? Except for oddball occasions like Kevin Feige.
Yeah, for a while we didn't hear about Feige until it became apparent that he was creating, the most successful franchise Hollywood has ever seen.
Yeah.
And then, people were like, oh, this guy is clearly doing something right. Until you get to more recent times where Ted and God of Gaming both think that he's fucking everything up.
Yeah, we can have a separate...
Feige doesn't know what he's doing.
All right, welcome to the next 3 hours of the podcast where we discuss the Mandarin and Mr. Negative.
Oh yeah, we've got it. We've got to talk about Marvel now.
Yeah.
Oh God, it's already a 3-hour podcast.
But it's not long enough.
I've been reading Marvel comics. I've been reading Doctor Strange and Rise of the Midnight Suns, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about them for the next 2 hours.
No, soon. You're doing it wrong. You can only talk about the Mandarin. You can only talk about the Mandarin and Mr. Negative.
Strange has a great comic storyline.
Doctor Strange has a nice cape.
Yes, he does have a nice cape. Strange Supreme has the even better cape, though. Strange Supreme, the evil Doctor Strange. Ends up like eating a bunch of souls to become super powerful, and eats his own soul so he can become the ultimate Strange, and then destroys his universe on accident because he's trying to save the love of his life, and then ends up fighting Ultron, who like tries to destroy him with a universe-destroying blast, and then Strange just eats the explosion.
Many
He's an
Ultron.
interesting life, to be sure.
I hear Ultron is high in iron.
Look at that cape.
Yeah, I actually kind of prefer his normal one. But it's probably just because I like the color of it better.
I can't tell the difference.
You can't tell the difference?
But this is violet-ish, and that one's a bit more red.
Well, the purple one has like the like protrusion in the middle, the spike in the middle. So it has 2 spikes instead of just the tips. You know?
I have no recollection of that.
Just show a comparison.
I'm just thinking of the fucking Ditko classics Doctor Strange drawing now.
Well, that's not exactly what I was looking for, but
I don't see a spike in the middle. Where are you talking about a spike in the middle?
like the cape, like where it goes by his neck. You see how
The
there's
collar?
yes, the collar or whatever. Instead of just being like fuck.
What's the problem soon?
Nothing.
All right.
I guess it's not that different from Comic Strange.
I mean, really, it's the collar that tells you that it's strange.
Yeah.
You need a little something so the character can be identifiable from the neck up, and usually it's the collar. I mean, Doctor Strange, really, if Doctor Strange and Tony Stark were taken out of their suits and just put next to each other, butt-ass naked, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Throw in Reed Richards with a beard there next to him as well. That's 3 guys you can barely tell apart.
That's true. To be fair, don't most comic characters generally without masks just look exactly the same?
A lot of the time, yeah. Oh, as a matter of fact, also throw in J. Jonah Jameson. He also looks like that.
I mean, I guess it depends, because on the
and Omni-Man.
Like,
just give Omni-Man the beard.
I feel like Jameson doesn't have as strong cheekbones as the Strange on the top.
Oh, well, when you get a fantastic artist, he can make everybody look different, but usually you don't get a fantastic artist.
usually everybody looks
the same.
Yeah, Pink's got a point. Yes, usually artists have a deadline.
But like the comic Omni-Man looks very different than the cartoon.
I don't know. It's not that different.
It's pretty different. He has more Stalin going on.
He has a bigger mustache.
He does, and an important mustache. But the thing that's being left out here is that the animation quality for the show kind of looks like shit. Whereas the comic being still images, it's not so aggressive, you know?
The animation quality in the comic is garbage.
It's not great.
You have 1 frame per page.
1 frame per page. No, I think there's actually like 6 frames per page.
Yeah.
Pink.
You're not wrong about that.
The animation quality of this comic sucks. I can't fucking watch it.
Oh my gosh, I have to like turn these. I have to turn the pages to make it move.
What were Stanley and Steve Ditko thinking? What were Stanley and Steve Ditko thinking? What his name even Steve? I don't give a fuck anymore. Whatever. What were they thinking when they drew Spider-Man standing still instead of moving?
I only read moving comics.
With amateur voice acting.
Yeah.
Amateur voice acting.
Hello, I am Batman. Bitch. I'm
Where
a
is
goddamn
she?
motherfucking Batman.
Okay, but what did you do this week, Dubs?
Oh, I only really did 2 things other than the usual school stuff. I watched The Godfather, which is why I mentioned it earlier, and it has been the first time I've watched Godfather since I was a child.
I have never
anyways.
watched Godfather.
Well, I'm gonna have to say a very controversial hot take here.
Uh-oh.
Godfather's a pretty good movie.
Are you sure?
What?
I've heard dissenting opinions.
Does he chase people around with a machete?
No, but pimping.
That it's not a realistic depiction of Godfathers.
Is not easy. Imagine if the assassinations at the end of the movie were all carried out using the fucking hoe train.
Yo, that'd be great.
Especially, there's one hit that a guy gets whacked as soon as he steps out of the elevator. He gets fucking blasted. Imagine if instead of it getting blasted by a shotgun, you just see Godfather charge in from off screen and do a body block to him.
He does a spear through the guy's sides. The guy is cut in half, genuinely.
Okay, yeah, Godfather, really good movie. Aged really well. Well, it pretty well made the modern movie, honestly. So that I guess that's not a surprise. But yeah, that Godfather is it's along the lines of like Schindler's List, as one of those movies that is like just about as close to perfect as you can get. What I will say, the only problem I could think of for the whole movie is there's 2 little kind of like side quests almost that go on in the movie. They're both thankfully quite short, but the first one is actually pretty important for establishing like what the Corleone family generally does. The whole thing of Robert Duvall's character going and visiting the Hollywood executive to tell him, hey, we'd like you to cast this actor in this movie. And the executive tells him, hey, get fucked. I was going to fuck this girl, but then that actor fucked her first, and also I molest children. So then Robert Duvall goes and has a horse's head put in his bed. And that's a pretty good little side quest, because for one thing, it's just funny to see a guy who deserves to get shit on. But also, it's important because it shows you what the Corleone family does as a business. They exchange favors, and a lot of those favors are pretty dirty favors. The second side quest they do is after Michael does what he does, which is very important about the halfway through point of the movie, he goes back to Sicily. Now, that part is very important to go back to Sicily and show where the Corleone family comes from and where Don Corleone was born and raised, and understand like why, like for the viewer to see what there was in Sicily that the Corleone family and others were effectively running away from. And that's all very well and nice. However, there's a problem. While Michael is in Sicily, he falls for a woman other than the girlfriend he was dating back in America. And he marries her. And they have on screen, not quite a sex scene, but she strips in front of him. And, this movie was made in 72 or 73. So the actress was 16.
Woof.
Line of like quote unquote romance between Michael and this girl. And by the way, Al Pacino was 32 at the time, as if that's not disgusting enough. the whole plot line of Michael meeting this girl and then marrying her is entirely pointless because, like, the next scene after they get married, I don't give a shit about spoiling this because it's such a meaningless part of the fucking movie. She gets killed by a fucking car bomb.
Well, that was sudden.
And, yeah. No, dude, it's straight up like it just fucking happens. Like, they have the scene where she strips, and then, like, the next day he goes out and he sees her get in the car. And then he sees another guy running away from the car, and Michael goes, "No!" And she turns the key and the car explodes. And it's like, what the fuck? Was that just there so you could get 16-year-old boobs in the movie? I know this was the 70s and everyone was aggressively horny, but Jesus. And it's like, it doesn't waste too much time, so it's not weighing the movie down that bad. It's like really, honestly, like maybe 10 minutes of screen time out of a fucking 2.5, maybe 3-hour movie. But it really should have gone. It's good enough to just have Michael go back to Sicily and kind of touch base and go back to his roots and, I don't know, kind of become more Sicilian while at the same time seeing what his family was running away from. And that all is worth it. That should be there in the movie. That's an important part of understanding the Corleones, because it's not, Godfather isn't just about the Corleones being a mob family. It's also about them being Sicilian American immigrants. And that's all well and good. Just get rid of the fucking worthless fucking plot line of Michael marrying that girl. Anyways, other than that, yeah, it's a pretty flawless movie. Fucking amazing cast. Like, the directing was also great. There's a lot of Godfather that's really great, and other movies that have come after have kind of ignored. There's a particular trick that Francis Ford Coppola uses in Godfather that I love, which is whenever there's a scene of violence, whenever there's a shootout or something, or a character gets killed, the movie just hangs on the scene of the violence after everyone else has left. And it is framed in such a way that it looks like the pictures you'd see of the murders in a newspaper afterwards. And it kind of calls attention to it, like, it frames it in such a way where it's like, in the moment, it's like, yeah, cool mobster violence, yeah. And then afterwards, it kind of frames it like, this is the horrible shit you see in the newspapers. Which obviously nowadays isn't quite as relevant because newspapers aren't really a thing. But even still, we still see, like, pictures of newspapers.
Yeah.
Like, we've all seen, like, the after pictures of, like, the Valentine's Day massacre.
Yeah.
Right.
So I thought that was a really neat trick.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And the acting, I love the Godfather cast. Al Pacino, I think, is overrated. Marlon Brando, I think, is overrated. But I fucking adore James Caan. I fucking love Robert Duvall. Talia Shire is pretty great. And I did not fucking realize that the actress who plays Connie Corleone is the same actress that plays Adrian in the Rocky movies. I did not realize that's the same actress. And she's Francis Ford Coppola's little sister. Woohoo, nepotism.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Godfather, very, very good movie. I recommend for anyone to watch it, even someone who doesn't like movies like Addie. The other thing I did with my week is I have been, there's been all this news about, oh shit, I lost something. There's been, at the same time, lots of news about Total War Warhammer 3 and also little news about Total War Warhammer 3, and that's a whole other thing that I'm kind of thankful these podcasts get me away from for the most part. But while going through a little bit of a slow period in Warhammer 3's news cycle, which the fan base is blowing out of proportion and saying that they are being deliberately misled, which I hate people. Anyways, while this is going on, in my boredom, I was like, fuck it, I'm going to download the most popular Warhammer 2 mods, and I'm just going to dick around with them. Well, I downloaded them a while ago, actually, before this whole thing of the internet situation. But I finally sat down and played around with them. And this is my first time actually trying to play through the campaigns of some of the modded races. So the modded races, they added a bunch, and some of them I just kind of ignore or like outright turn off if the mod lets me. But there's some kick-ass choices here. And so far, I have Soon, I believe, has played with at least some of these, right? Soon.
Played with most of them, I think.
So I have in the last week put in short-term playthroughs with Albion, Halflings, and Araby.
Nice. What do you think?
So out of them, Albion was the all-star, I'll say. Yep. Albion has a really cool campaign where it is largely built around, like, Albion's thing in Warhammer is that they're the Celts, and they're entirely just based on the island of Albion, which for the most part the rest of the Warhammer world kind of ignores because the place is so covered in weird magic storms and bullshit. But part of the thing with the present day in Warhammer is that those mists and storms have kind of gotten out of the way, and now Albion is forced to come in contact with the rest of the Warhammer world. And they've handled that very well. Albion still has those storms going on. They can hurt enemies that invade your island. And for the most part, you want to stick to your island because there are a lot of really strong money-making buildings on Albion, and you just kind of venture out from there to deal with the rest of the world. And you can expand, and Norska is a very strong place to expand, and it's one of the cool things about Albion, that the Albion gets a unique building that makes it way easier for them to occupy Norska. But generally speaking, Albion makes so much money just off the island of Albion itself, and because you have to devote a lot of work towards defending the island of Albion, because part of the unique mechanic is that a lot of Albion's really good buildings, once you build them, they make you loads of money, but they also summon AI invasions. So there's kind of like a thing of like, you can choose between different playstyles. Like focus entirely on just building up the island of Albion and making it a super strong province. Or you can focus on ignoring Albion and playing more like traditional Total War expansionists, trying to invade other lands and build up there. Or you can try and balance it, which I think is the most fun option. And Albion's got a really fun, cool roster. And part of the thing is, the Albion mod they have here is based off of the fan-made lore by Matthias Eliasson. I do not like Matthias Eliasson's stuff. He could be a cool guy, for all I know. I'm not fond of his stuff. The lore, here's the thing. So I mentioned to you guys before that Warhammer...
Oh no.
History, right?
Okay.
Ooh, what did you think?
Well, you suddenly just like got eaten by the bandwidth, so I was like, oh no, he's gone, and then you came back.
He's
okay. I'm off to Albion, boys. Later.
Yeah.
So I've mentioned to you guys before that Warhammer is a mixture of fantasy and history, right?
Yeah.
Indeed.
So Matthias Eliasson takes that a little bit too literally. Matthias Eliasson is infamous for the fact that he tends to just outright copy bits of history off of Wikipedia, paste them into his little army books that he writes up in Word, and then like change a couple of the names to make them goofier.
Oh.
So he copies like, oh, the whole period of the Romans versus, the Celts or the Gauls. But let's change
George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, kind of. Change Julius Caesar's name to Curious Geezer. And change Vercingetorix's name to I don't know what the fuck,
Yeah.
And I don't like that. Particularly, he also ignores the lore that was actually written in the tabletop for a lot of the races to go with just ripping shit from the history books. And then part of the nice thing about Albion is there's not a whole lot of that to go around. Some of the tech tree bits mention the bullshit made-up gods that he came up with, which is stupid because Albion worships the same gods the lizardmen do, but hey, whatever. So there's not a whole lot of that going around. And I also don't like the army lists that Matthias Eliasson makes up, because Matthias Eliasson loves to have loads and loads of historical real-world infantry units. And generally speaking, the rule with Warhammer Fantasy is human factions tend to get 3 or 4 melee infantry units?
Yep.
And Matthias Eliasson, his army list for Araby has 11 different melee infantry units. And I'll get to Araby in a second, but for Albion it works because Albion is supposed to be a aggressive melee-focused human faction, so it makes them feel more like bruisers. It works out. And the monster choices that he went with all work out well, because they're all natural monsters you'd expect would work well with the more kind of primitive, barbaric, but nature-loving people of Albion. So you get, the giants and the half giants and the griffins and the fin beasts and the zotes. God, I love zotes. Zotes are fucking stupid, but I love them. To put things in perspective for Addy and Pink, zotes are a monster that were made way back in the late 80s, early 90s by the guy who owned the Warhammer. Warhammer to have its own unique creatures instead of just elf and dwarf ripoffs. So he came up with the zotes, which is a lizard man centaur with a turtle head that carries a big rock hammer and is the master of nature magic. And that's pretty much all. That's pretty much all there is to the zotes. And for a while, they were kind of infamous as like kind of stupid and shitty. So Warhammer got rid of them for like 20 years, but Total War Warhammer brought them back and actually made them really cool. So they're awesome. Anyways, Albion's got a really fun campaign structure. The lore doesn't conflict with actual Warhammer Fantasy lore that bad. And the roster is fun and distinctive and doesn't feel like it's just a ripoff of any other race's roster, and it doesn't feel too badly proportioned. Albion is pretty cool. Halflings are also pretty cool. Not quite as cool as Albion, but still pretty cool.
I thought their roster was really, really good for the halflings. The campaign kind of has some problems because it's very difficult from what I remember. But
I thought it was roster...
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the halflings have a very fun roster. The halflings probably have the most unique modded roster of any of them.
I'd say so,
because halflings, the thing is with them, they suck. They're all just tiny little shitheads who suck at fighting and generally don't care about fighting because they care about cooking and eating and farming and the simpler things in life, like smoking. And weed, yes, the halfling's pipe weed, which is softening your mind.
You have to remember, I played halfling in D&D.
Yeah. So, but what makes the halflings set apart is the halflings have a lot of support units. Oh yes, they also have that. As soon as posting some of the actual tabletop halfling units, the cock riders are, of course, a really famous one because they're called the cock riders.
Yeah, it's the biggest LGBT faction in Warhammer.
Yeah. The halflings had a load of cavalry on the tabletop. They had cock riders, they had goat riders, pig riders, sheep riders. Oh yes, the hot pot catapult. Yes.
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to call it the hot pocket.
It's okay. Well, you know how when you put the hot pocket in the microwave for too long and then you bite into it and it just splurges your mouth full of the hottest liquids imaginable.
No, because they don't sell hot pockets over here.
Well, Pink knows then, doesn't he?
I do.
Imagine if they filled a pot of hot pockets and then just slung it at the enemy. Pie hammer.
That's so good.
So the halfling thing in the Warhammer mod is that all their units suck, but they also have loads and loads of support units that provide very strong buffs. So the thing with the halflings is they suck if they're not motivated, but if you put the right units behind them to motivate them, like for instance, one of them is, let me see this, the Feast Carriers, which is literally just 3 halflings carrying a stuffed pig and a buffet on a plate, and seeing the feast behind them motivates your halfling warriors to kick more ass. And if you throw enough buffs behind your guys and enough debuffs on the enemy guys, then the halflings will actually kick amazing amounts of ass.
They also have several ripoffs of the Lord of the Rings characters that are actually canon.
Yes, those are 100% canon. Yes.
You wanna explain them?
The companionship. Yeah, it's
Man, my favorite Warhammer character is Frodo Pockets.
Oh no, the Frodo equivalent is Glibfoot Vole Spanker. So the Gandalf ripoff is Olorin the Grey Wizard, who's not that goofy. He's just kind of like a asshole, I guess. But then the Aragon is Aragand the Drunk Layabout.
Giblet the dwarf, and Legless the elf.
I like that one. Boromir, freaking Faramir, and Pippin don't exist. They don't count. Neither does Sam, actually.
So Giblet's thing is that he's the worst dwarf in the world and a huge coward. So as punishment for being the worst dwarf ever, his fellow dwarfs forced him to befriend an elf. And Giblet's thing in the mod is that he has by far the lowest fucking leadership morale stat in the whole game. But he deals ludicrous amounts of damage if he ever actually makes contact. So you just have to try and get him to stop running away. Meanwhile, Legless the elf is not only shirtless and mostly pantless, he's fucking ripped. Anyways, yeah, the halfling. I really like how they had it where the halflings are like super shit if they don't have support, but with support, they're phenomenal. Because, like, how do you deal with hobbits in a war game like this?
Because the whole thing of hobbits is that they're generally lame, but they can surprise you and pull off incredible feats. That's the way Tolkien wrote them, you know?
Right.
How do you make an army built around that?
I mean, when you think about it, hobbits really have incredible feet. It's very hairy.
Yeah. Stupid fat hobbits. Kill them. And the halfling campaign is also awesome. Because their thing is, again, halflings are not really a aggressive conquering race. You can play them that way. They're not so great at it. What halflings do instead is, halflings, for one thing, can just send around their agents to build restaurants in all the other races' towns. And the restaurants can do things like just making oodles and oodles of money, or alternatively, you can build restaurants that are built to sabotage the other races. And where the ordinarily, when you take a settlement, when you take a city in Warhammer, your choices are: do you want to burn it to the ground? Do you want to steal some shit and leave? Or do you want to stay? Do you want to make the town yours? The halflings get another option. They can hand the settlement off to, give me just a second. Oh, give me just a second. Somebody else say something.
All right.
No?
Freaking.
Never mind. It's okay. Never mind. It's okay.
When you conquer the land of the halflings, then the lead, you get the picture of the leader's face doing it. That wasn't read Scooby.
Yeah. One of the buildings the halflings can make is a pipeweed farm that makes loads of pipeweed that you can sell to the other races for loads of money. But yeah, they get a unique thing where they can give the settlement to the Empire. And it comes with a restaurant already pre-built. So the halflings actually get to make oodles of money off of settlements they don't really have to defend. And every restaurant also gains the ability to spawn halfling armies, which gets to be kind of funny because you send a chef out to go make a restaurant down in Africa, and then 30 turns later you're like, you know what, I want to invade Africa. And just a horde of halflings appears in the middle of Africa for what must be no conceivable reason to the other races. They've been hiding in the trees the whole time. Oh, man.
I've got to go.
Yeah, the halflings were awesome. Now, Araby is the one that I kind of want to hear Soon talk about. Because Soon, you've already played, you played a little bit with Araby, the modded Araby, right?
The modded Araby?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, the modded Araby? Yeah, I haven't really played much.
I can't hear you.
Can you not hear me?
No.
That's because my mic is up.
Ah.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I played a little bit with the modded Araby. Not too much from what I remember. I don't really remember what their mechanics were.
So, Araby, just to remind Addy and Pink, because I feel like I have mentioned it before, but just in case, Araby is the Warhammer equivalent of Golden Age Arabia, and also to a lesser degree Morocco and Ottoman Turkey.
Right.
And Araby, I think, is one of the bigger examples of Matthias Eliasson being kind of shit. Because, for one thing, Araby in the really, really ancient versions of Warhammer from like the 80s was just straight up Muslim. Like, I mean, straight up, it refers to a law and everything. But later editions of Warhammer got rid of that and went with alternative religions. Matthias Eliasson, for whatever reason, walks that back, and they're back to being Muslim, except now instead of calling it Allah, they just call it their god, the One. And that is inherently already a big problem for how Araby is handled in this game. Because that conflicts with canon super hard, and also is just fucking lazy. Oh, man. And, okay.
Wait, why did Matthias Eliasson get so popular if all he did was just take history and...
Because he was very, very good at compiling army books that look official.
Of course.
And because he was pretty well the only one writing this stuff up until Total War came about, and now you've got guys who are way more competent at it, like Kong Rong and Bloodraven, writing stuff up. Because that Koresh stuff we see pop up, the Koresh fan list we see pop up on the Total War subreddit, is like 10 million times better than anything that Matthias Eliasson has ever touched.
Yep.
Like, it's not just ripped Indonesian history, you know?
You would think that you would just, I mean, if you're into like a fantasy setting, you would try to have more fantasy stuff?
I don't know. The guy also tried to crack up 9th edition books for the races that already existed, so he decided to give Bretonia guns.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. The race was fundamentally built to be backwards-ass feudal humans.
But anyway, I have to go now.
All right. See you around, man.
All right. Catch you guys
Bye.
later.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. I'll try to speed through the rest of this talk then, because Soon was the one who was majority going to be interested in this, and I understand that you guys, it's kind of like, yeah, you know. So, Araby, again, too much shit. There's too much shit of, like, infantry. There's just loads of units that do the same job. We got Arabian pirates. We got Arabian slave fighters. We got African warriors, basically, and they all do the same job.
By slave fighters, do you mean slaves that fight slave owners, or do you mean the slave owners?
Yes.
I see.
There's shit that was never in the lore, like them just having access to things they shouldn't, but that's whatever, that's more into detail. But overall, the army list isn't bad. Just playing with the army in battles isn't bad. The trouble is when you get into campaign. For one thing, Araby has 3 leaders they can choose from. The scheming sorceress Vizier Jafar. The scheming sorceress Vizier pirate, Golden Magus.
Jafar.
And Fatandira, who was a cool character in the lore because she was trying to build a new state where everything is like equal. She was trying to build basically a utopia. And for whatever reason, the modders changed her to being a super superstitious, like nomadic queen who worships one of the mummies as a god.
Weird.
So your choices are an Arab stereotype, or kind of an Arab stereotype.
I mean, I feel like it would have been better if the 3 leaders you get are just Jafar with different pronunciations to accommodate the different roles he gets. When he's a pirate, he gets an org at the end. I don't know what else you could do with Jafar as a name, but you know,
the really fucked up thing is,
go ahead.
The really fucked up thing is, the character Jafar's been dead for 1,000 fucking years in Warhammer.
Ah, cool.
There are much more modern characters they could have gone with, but they went with him instead.
I mean, is he like part of the space mummies from 40K?
No.
I see.
He's just running around alive again. Yeah, he's just there. And a lot of what you have to do, like the technology tree, is like, let's worship dark satanic gods, which Araby didn't do in the tabletop. And they've got rid of pretty well all the people.
It's a stereotype, so we have to do it.
Yeah, pretty well, exactly. And part of Araby's thing in the tabletop is that they're a lot more tolerant and a lot more open and accepting of things, for better and for worse, which this game, of course, interprets as they're Satanists.
I'm reminded of the freaking of Red Alert Media did I think it was on Best of the Worst, where they got a freaking like an anti-Satanist like cop VHS, and they cut it together, and basically the message of the VHS was anal equals Satan. So obviously being open about anything equals Satan as well.
Yeah. Oh man. And I eventually I'm just like, okay, well I can get over. Maybe like that's just what they think of. Like that could be a cool extension of Araby being so open-minded, is that they could be open-minded to taking the dark powers. Sure, whatever, fuck it. Like, I'm so desperate to see Araby in this game, I'll take that. I'll deal with that. But the one character who is not explicitly evil, the lady who is superstitious and worships the mummy, has a super difficult start position, where she has to put up with way worse threats than just about anyone else. She immediately has to deal with heavily armored Satanists, where everyone else gets relatively easy enemies to beat at first. And then I go and I conquer the next settlement, and I'm given a few options. Sack the settlement, loot the settlement, raise the settlement, jihad.
Oh.
I wonder what that does.
There is no such thing as jihad in the Warhammer lore. For fuck's sakes. Fucking lazy ass hacks just copying shit from history and being like, oh, I'm a genius. Like they didn't even bother to integrate it with the fantasy, which is what at least the original. Like I'll be the first to say that it was pretty lazy of the original Warhammer writers to have the Empire just so blatantly be the Holy Roman Empire. But at least they integrated it with the fantasy. And a vital part of the Empire's history is its relations to the dwarfs and the elves. But here it's just like, oh hey, it's Arabia. It was founded by Mamahad. Yeah, the prophet Mamahad. And they're like, there's a lot of technological innovations. And they have harems of loads of prostitutes. And they love slavery. Did I forget to mention that? Yeah, Araby's primary campaign mechanic is fucking slavery.
Wow.
And like in the lore, yeah, it is canon that Araby practices slavery, but it's not like the slavery mechanic that exists in Total War Warhammer is for the Dark Elves, who are Warhammer's parody of Americans. So for the Dark Elves, slavery is their entire industry, and they run chattel slavery. Whereas the Arabians in Warhammer are supposed to be, well, real world Islamic era slavery of that type, which is not great, of course. It was real, but it's not great. But it wasn't the crazy chattel mass industry slavery that we had here in the States up until the Civil War. There's a world of fucking difference between them. And it's especially fucking stupid because the Norskins in Warhammer, who are already a playable race made by Crave Assembly, an official race you can play in the game, also practice slavery in the lore. And their economic building is a slave plantation, but slavery is not a game-defining mechanic for them. Oh, it's so fucking stupid. Oh, it's making me mad. And the sad thing is, this is probably the closest we're going to get to Araby having implementation in the game. Because by now, Crave Assembly has moved on to the Far East, so they're probably never going to touch Araby. It makes me sad.
I mean, they might circle back.
That would be nice. They haven't done that yet, but I'd love for them to do it. I'd love for them to make an exception. All right, so that's the extent of what I did with my week. I believe we are good to call this a podcast. especially because I have food that I need to eat.
Yep.
Oh,
No, wait. 3 more minutes. No, not 3. Freaking, it's 6 more minutes, and we have 4 hours. So,
Loud eating noises. Om nom 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 nom.
so Pink, how was your week?
I
Just
mean,
in
it was
general.
good.
Did you enjoy it?
I liked it. Not the work parts. Work sucks.
4 stars.
Yeah, work sucks. My coworkers suck harder, so not fun.
Yeah, I was going to take the
I
freaking.
would think some of your coworkers sucking hard.
You know, I was going to freaking to quote the part you said about the lack of perception and shit, and just go, wait, am I your coworker? Are you complaining about me on the forums where I can see? I thought you do that in DMs instead.
I trash talk about all you guys to Mike in the DMs. It's like, yeah, they all suck. And then when I'm not trash talking with Mike, I'm trash talking to Alex about Mike. What a trash player he is at DBD.
The world's most selfish
Basically,
player.
talk about all you guys behind everyone's back simultaneously.
Yeah. I mean, we joke. I know at least one person who did that, or a newer person who did that in school.
Ah.
Yeah. All right. We need 5 more minutes of content, y'all. That's what.
Damn it! I'm eating.
Bon appetit.
Well then. Speaking of DBD and Mike, well, actually, it doesn't include Mike for this topic, but I've been playing a lot as Bubba recently. And when I say recently, I mean just last night.
Are you saying Mike is Bubba?
Yeah, he's quite the Bubba. No, but Leatherface is. I don't know if he's easy to play or hard. His chainsaw is kind of weird because I don't yet fully grasp it. At first, I thought it was just a big sweep, just a really big AoE type of thing. But apparently, it also acts as a chainsaw sprint, similar to Hillbilly. So it not quite to that extent where Hillbilly can charge from one point of the map to the other. But it does give him quite the speed boost. And it's very fun if you can get it off right. I have a nasty habit of hitting the smallest tree as I'm trying to sprint across the map and getting stuck.
It needs to be cut.
Yeah, but you can't cut down the trees, unfortunately. But that would be a cool feature to, saw down a tree and maybe
somebody.
have it fall on top of somebody.
That's for the
just
Minecraft
be an
crossover.
Kill. Yeah.
See, one of Steam's booms that lets him cut trees with his fists. You know, I thought about why I dislike DBD, and I've figured out that it's like it's mostly the gameplay loop, but the main issue that I have with the gameplay loop is that it's like I just don't like slashers or horror villains. Really, it's like Scream is the only slasher movie that I like, so. I just don't really have a vested interest in trying to capture the freaking the slasher feeling because I don't like those movies to begin with.
Yeah, I can relate to that. I'm not a big fan of slashers myself. Not that I've seen any. Just doesn't interest me in any way. I do like Scream though. Best one.
Yeah, I've not seen the others, but it's the best one.
I mean, I've seen Nightmare on Elm Street. I've seen the Rob Zombie Hollywood movie, the Halloween movie.
I think Freddy Krueger is the dumbest slasher character of all time.
Why are you dumb?
I just don't like the dream thing where he can only operate in dreams.
I feel like the cat.
Well,
I feel like
the
mutant cat that barfs up another cat that eats people. I feel like that's dumber.
What?
Yeah, that actually like a freaking schlock horror movie villain. I forget the name of it.
Was it the cat that came back with Ellen Page?
No, I don't remember what it was. It was like an old freaking like 80s horror movie where they had a cat puppet and they had an actual like cat And so the actual cat was the mutant that killed people, but it killed people by barfing up a smaller cat, which was the puppet that jumped on people and killed them. And then
imagine a slasher film where the slasher antagonist is a Muppet. I mean, we already sort of discussed this when we were talking about Jason versus Animal the other day.
Yeah.
But honestly, what if?
There was that one slasher movie where the killer was a turkey, and that turkey was pretty well a Muppet.
Ah.
One of my favorite horror kills of all time. It somehow dives into a guy's back and drills through to his front. And it's almost like Alien, except the turkey then turns around and looks him in the eye as it's tearing out of his chest, and just stares him directly in the eyes and goes, "Gobble gobble, bitch."
Nice. So yeah, Pink, do you have any closing thoughts on Dead by Daylight?
I like it. That's about it.
All right, 4 hours.
On the dot, maybe.
Yep. Bye.
Yeah.